Good morning. It is 8:30 a.m. and we are here for consent agenda review and commissioners work session. All right. So we have two walk-on items this week. The first one is from Central Services, cost amendment to existing contract to perform AHRAE Level 2 audits for county buildings. Net cost to county is $0. Two grants were received to cover the cost. Custom Energy Consultant is the vendor, part of the Clean Buildings Act. So, Law and Justice Building, $30,668. Courthouse Annex is only shown as 10,403. And then they look like commerce grants and then energy audit grant from LAWSAC. Second walk-on, Central Services request to DocuSign Department of Commerce grant in the amount of $30,668 for the grant for the Level 2 audit from Custom Energy Consultants for the Clean Buildings Act. I believe this grant is the one that the Custom Energy Consultants actually got the grant for the county, which is cool. Are there any items on consent agenda that you wanted to discuss, Kevin?
I'm looking over them again.
The only one I see is if we're going to change our time, which I don't personally want to change the time, but it doesn't really matter either at the same time.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to change it. It's working just fine.
Commissioners, and the only reason that you had me draft that up was you were thinking that if things got canceled after that meeting, you could just end the day. So that's why that option was presented to you at your request.
I appreciate that. Invoices for Truly Creative.
Sorry, Mike, I just followed a tractor for way too long. Did Tom have a walk-on?
Yeah, two walk-ons.
Oh, he does have two. And then Susie has her. Do we need to do a walk-on for Susie?
Don't have anything from Susie.
It was just the addendum portion that's supposed to go with the policies that are on consent. It just, I guess, was not attached when she originally sent it to consent.
So do we need to make that a walk-on?
I just added it to the packet.
Okay. I'm going to say no walk-on for that. I'm just kind of digging through the list, but what are the, item number 13, approved request for public hearing to declare a county-owned property surplus and sale? Do you know what those items are? Oh,
Yep.
my God.
What number?
There's Sue Hale had the CB radio and
No, it's for Public Works,
Public Works.
Number 13?
31.
Not looking at that.
Yeah, it's a hearing. It's mostly vehicles. There is 2 message boards.
Okay. Thank you.
So you finally got Hendrickson's to give up?
Your walkway surface deal, is that for West Shore?
for the entire county,
County.
countywide.
Why did you create it now, though?
It's also by request from our maintenance side. So
Gotcha.
you want to do a comment now or, or we wait till our meeting?
Yeah, either way, I mean, there's just so many miles of sidewalk that we're unable to maintain for snow and ice, or all the repairs, like in the base area. Like the cities, they have where the homeowners are responsible for that effort.
Keeping their sidewalks clear.
This is the same thing.
Yeah.
So we talked about this a long time ago.
Yes. And it wouldn't be fair just to do it to one
No,
place.
yeah, I get
It's
that.
best to do
I
it.
just thought, I wondered
globally.
if that was the main one.
It would affect them, yes.
FYI, for those who want to know, Washington State Tactical Officers Association Tactical Conference and Dinner Show is March 17th. Hosting a 2-day sniper challenge. The only reason I'm looking is because I'm looking at the Hayden, Idaho.
No.
Go on.
Hopefully you're going to the local one too. I heard a rumor you're leaving Grant County.
I'm very close by.
So
So I will
No,
still
but not
be
close
very
enough.
helpful. I'll still be helpful.
since you are leaving, Dave, for the bridge grant and that funding kind of being potentially, not there.
247, Bridge
Yeah,
247, we're fine. We've got it.
okay.
When we're working it through with WashDOT right now to what's called prospectus, where you lay it all out and it's good. Tyler's actually working through that. One of our
Okay.
new staff.
I had just heard that that federal funding might get cut.
Oh.
So,
Oh, the CDS funding is the federal portion of it.
so I was just kind of curious.
It's in the wrong area though. I mean, it's in the right area for us, but it's in an area that they don't intend to cut. It's in public infrastructure. But you're right, there's other areas that are on the chopping block that they wanted to keep as much of public infrastructure construction going. So there are some meetings that are coming up that are gonna talk about that. WashDOT has some scheduled meetings. But it does make it very important to put the claim in.
Did you discuss that with him while it was gone
Yes,
about doing a claim?
yes, it's very important to do the claim because then we'll have a backup if necessary to replace the bridge. Just one, we need to get that in before the end of the month.
I was with one of the irrigation board members, and he wasn't thrilled about that claim going in. But I said, hey, if it was the other way around, what would have you guys done? Oh, we wouldn't do that. I said, oh, okay. Then he laughed.
Hey, what's,
It's $20,000. It's not much. It is very reasonable.
Yeah, it could be a training for them. just had.
Okay, so she's the actual one that's going.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's just a.
That makes sense.
Got it. And they rolled this inmate
Very good idea.
contract right in, didn't they? Medical
Medical
services.
services, yeah.
Thought we would have heard a little more about it before. $400 an hour. Can't get staffed for less than that.
What was that for the nurse? The, $400 an hour.
So, how many hours are they gonna come? And if they say, oh, we don't know, then I'd be like, no.
What we have our nurse, Carrie Craighead, on their website, who's made a comment on it. Working with the care remedy makes sense in so many ways. The collective amount of knowledge is impressive, but even more so is the amount of caring, compassion, integrity when dealing with a difficult population. I'm always able to count on the remedy for anything I may need. We obviously, this is the contract we currently have. I didn't realize that it was remedy.
So they're looking to get a second contract?
What's the date on it?
It's new.
It's just not an updated.
I'll pull it up in the thing. I
Yeah, it
just,
says renewal, but they were talking about having, oh, remedy is Morgan 5.
Yeah, so they're just renewing the current services.
$100 an hour, just right there, come hang out.
assuming is they have a nurse available 24/7.
I want to say it's a
That's just
physician's
his
assistant.
services.
I'm not sure. We need to, I think, get more details on this. You want to pull up and then we'll do something.
Commissioner, since you only have a few more minutes, you also have the topic on your agenda for the SIM mapping. It was an email that is regarding the North Central Diversion Group. Cindy, I don't know if you had a chance to read it. It's from Kevin Overbay on March 3rd. He's needing to know if Grant County wants to help with funding. He was looking for an answer last week.
Okay, yeah, we are part of that, full county.
What is SIM?
Sequential intercept model.
And we have an email about it?
I can.
Yes, I forwarded it to you on Monday, March 3rd.
I didn't look at it.
Okay. Kevin Overbay's request is if you can review the below email and let me know if your county wishes to participate and potentially share in the cost. They will begin making arrangements. I believe this was discussed at one of the meetings you were at, Cindy. It looked important, so I thought we should add it to the agenda.
Send it again.
Where can I look at that?
I just sent it again.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have it.
Also, real quick, Gunpo Korea sent an email requesting 30 Grant County flags for them to put all over their city. The ones I found in the back, they're 71 inches by 47 inches, and he said that would work, but I only have 5 to send. I don't know when we had these made or anything, but with your authorization, is it okay to send 5 Grant County flags to Gunpo, Korea?
Yes, I think, is it for the Azalea Festival? The port might be going, Port of Moses Lake, and I think that's probably why they're putting up the flags everywhere.
Just as I'm reaching out because our city is currently displaying sister city flags at City Hall and public facilities. They've used up all of the Grant County flags and they would like 30 of them. So I heard Cindy, 1 yes.
I'm fine with sending them, Barb.
Okay, thank you.
Barb, this email for this SIM workshop, did you send it to all of these recommended attendees?
No, I just forwarded it to the 3 commissioners on March 3rd. I put BOCC for your review. Caitlin, please add it to next week's roundtable. On March 3rd at 8:49 a.m.
Yeah, I've got the email. I'm just asking us recommended attendees, sheriff's office, detention, correctional, county health representatives, prosecutors, defense attorneys.
No, because I think that part's all on hold until the counties decide that they want to participate and pay their share.
Do we know what our share is?
Yep, look at the middle of the email, and it says, I'm sending this document to you for information. The last time they were here, the cost was $75,000 split between counties and aging and adult care. While I've not received a quote at this time, I'm assuming the price may be close, if not less.
Yeah, here, it was, I think Okanagan wasn't sure, so it was like 17 or 22,000. Okanagan
Like
decided
18,750.
to join in, and then that was a little bit less. They come in and look at our behavior health.
That's why I had it on the agenda, because I assumed Cindy had talked about all of this
Dell
and could give an update.
Dell attends, he was on the last meeting. The sheriff, I don't believe anybody from our jail attends these meetings, these workshops. But they kind of go in and see what the need is.
Personally, I think, for me, if nobody's gonna go from our county, I don't know why we would do it.
I think there'll be the interview. When they came last time, they interviewed everybody. It's part of the behavioral health, the regional behavioral health diversion. We've been part of.
Also, do they come here and do this?
No,
Or they have?
yes, no, when they do that study, they'll do all the 4 counties. So they will come to Grant County and look at Grant County. So we probably need to discuss that there. They were here and looked. We are actually doing better than most of them.
All
That makes
right.
sense.
It's 9:01 a.m. and we are going to begin our Public Works update.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
We're going to start with discussion topic D1, accomplishment updates by John.
I gave you guys all a copy. That might be easier than you trying to write it all down. Well, actually, I can't take credit. Shiloh thought it would be a better idea. So as you can see, the top part tells you a lot about solid waste. We took in about 2,600 tons of garbage last week. Sprayed about 49,000 gallons of leachate on the active face. Normal weekly monitoring of refrigeration and tire recycling. We had some gravel replacement in the Quincy and Royal City area. Culvert installed down on Ancient Lake Road. Some major ditching in the Corfu Royal Slope area. Lots of grading now that we're able to get out and get on these roads. There'll be a lot more grading this spring, trying to catch up. Lots of road patrol for runoff damage. We had a lot of water running in the last couple weeks, eating out stuff. Bridges, they reviewed their February inspections, sign crew. They've done some traffic signs, and then also we've had some, District 2 is screening winter sand for their stockpile. And both District 1 and 3 have started sweeping winter sand. Mattawa and then south of Ephrata here. So that sums up most of what they accomplished last week. Any questions?
Thank you for providing.
You like that better?
I'm not frantically writing.
Yeah. All right, the discussion topic D2 is Mr. Friend.
Jurisdictional transfer with City of Quincy. So there's two. There's something that Public Works staff would like, and then there's something that the City of Quincy would like. We're hoping to make a trade. So the one that staff supports is there's a little section of the county that's within the city that we're still maintaining the roads. So that's one of them that you see. This is 10.5, road 10.5, 10.7. There's a trailer park there. It's still in the county, but it's surrounded by the city. So it's getting ridiculous. So we're encouraging them to annex it, but a jurisdictional transfer would work for now. And so what we're proposing is we would agree to the jurisdictional transfer that they're requesting, which is on Road O Northwest, and it makes sense. The city is.
That would grab it then? The 10.5 and the 10.7?
No.
No.
They're two separate ones. So
Okay.
there's a chunk
Okay, let me go.
of the county that's within the city. Got a little, there is maps provided.
Shiloh provider, so let me go to Shiloh's.
And that's the 10.5 northwest, 10.7 northwest. It's surrounded by the city, but there's still a little chunk of the county there. It's time. And if we just transfer the road, then that means they would start maintaining the road. The annexation could happen later. I think that the people who own the trailer park are vehemently against annexation. Well, this would effectively make it happen, if you will, as far as transferring the road to them. And it makes a lot of sense because it's in the middle of the city now. So we would like them to do that. And then the city is requesting the other one, which is a portion of Road O from just north of the bridge, because of course they don't want the bridge, but just north of the bridge all the way to Road 11. And this is where they're expanding right now with their with that industrial that you see to the east.
So where's the bridge at?
So the bridge is at the city county line. Yep. I think they're gonna at some point annex this piece
Well,
because they're already thinking about it.
take the bridge, they can't just leave a section.
From the bridge south to Highway 28 is still county.
Correct. Correct.
Oh, okay, so
It would still be
oh, I
the
see,
county's
okay,
portion.
I thought the bridge is right here, okay. Okay.
from this point north.
Okay.
So the portion that is adjacent to the city, they would like a jurisdictional
Okay, I
transfer.
thought they were gonna make the bridge an island, okay.
And the reason why is I think they're already starting to work with that parcel there hasn't been annexed yet, but I think they're already working with them, expanding utilities and roadway structure into it. I think that's gonna happen, but by doing the jurisdictional transfer, they can start doing stuff right away and make this work, right?
I'm sure they're anxious because there's
They
probably
There's someone who's
a
interested.
wealthy tenant there that will need those
Exactly.
sales taxes.
But I think that we should hang the carrot out there and say, can you finally take that little piece of the county that even just take the roads? Maybe you don't have to annex yet, but take the roads by jurisdictional transfer in the middle of the city. It's time. So we can do this two ways. We can have two separate ones. What I'm worried about though is their council will only sign one, the one that they want. Or we can put it together as one
I think
and put it in front of them and say, here you go. You want it? Sign for it. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll put them together as one and we'll bring it forward to you as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Item D3, 510 fuel discussion. As you well know, we've had several fuel issues here in the last several months. Some of the things that we're considering is completely replacing the pumps in Ephrata and Moses Lake. They are by far our busiest islands. And then we could use the old ones as parts and replacements for some of the ones that get used less. We are, I think today, they're gonna finish, they had some problems with Quincy's diesel pumps. And I think the parts came in and they're actually gonna fix those today. So we are working on the 510 fuel issues. We're also working on the Phoenix, where for some reason it stopped drawing from the heads, the information. And so that was backlogging and not allowing people to get fuel. So we're trying to figure out why that stopped working, and there's lots going on with fuel, but we are working on it. Any questions on fuel?
Nope.
Sounds like you got that handled.
Any questions on our consent items? Any other questions?
No, I already asked him
I
one.
don't have any.
Okay,
Thank you.
I've got a couple items to add,
okay.
if we're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So there is a hearing this afternoon. That hearing's pretty straightforward. I'll be there. It's a little deep dirty, actually. This is the Royal Soil franchise agreement to extend their water line in our public right of way. So I'll see you later this afternoon. But in addition, I wanted to talk to you about an item that will be coming before you next week. This is the Joint Permitting and Development Services location. We have been talking about this already, putting both planning, building services, and public works at one counter. So all the county permitting happens at one counter. We've already been doing that. So we've dispatched one of our staff members, Zach Washburn, who's doing a awesome job. He is actually in office 209 full-time and already responding to the front counter and handling almost all the permits, all the approach permits now. So the remaining permits will go as well to Zach. In addition, all the development review Zach has been taking on. So the concern though is we kind of want to lock this in because it's working really well. Right now, all the staff on both the planning side and the public works side is completely in support of it. And from our last discussion, it seemed like the board's been wanting this for years. So I was going to bring a resolution forward to you next week that basically directs that this be done and lays it all out. And so this will be for you next week, and it's really straightforward. It's everything that we've done, everything we've been wanting to do for a while. So one counter, and that the board directs that should be done. So even after I leave, someone might come in and might want to change things, but it's already set. So that's I think it's a good thing because it helps Jim out.
About it.
Exactly. What are you getting?
It's been all positive. Everybody's happy. So far they're happy with development services.
It makes a lot of sense that they're in one location.
Yeah, no,
We wanted to do it since I got here and Sam wasn't for it, so yeah.
Now's the time. We have everyone lined up. Everyone's lined up, everyone's in support. So if we could lock it in, it would make Jim more comfortable. He's just worried. I said, no, everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna keep with this. He said, well, can we lock it in? And that's really what this resolution does. Nicely lays it out, how this proceeds on one page. So
I think it's great.
awesome.
Yep, let's move forward on it.
Then one other item. So this is transitioning with me and just having that discussion. I'm so sorry. I wanted the board to know that I am available and can continue to support because I'm concerned that it may take a while to get a new county engineer. And there's the interlocal between the city and the county. And there's the possibility for me just to stay on and provide the critical elements, the certifications, but I couldn't do any of the admin anymore. So
is that gonna be a conflict with the city and the county? Would it be better to contract with you directly and not through the city?
well, that's the interlocal is kind of interesting because other agencies do this already. So there's other counties that do not have a county engineer on staff that use the county engineer adjacent to them. So that there's
We've done that with, I think, Adams County.
Adams County.
before,
exactly, because they have 2 PEs, exactly. So and if I'm just putting that out, there's a possibility. Obviously, I need to talk to the city as well. And I don't anticipate it being very many hours, maybe 8 to 10 hours a week, at least during an interim period. So that way the county's comfortable. I know all the staff and I can sign and certify it to things. My PE license is not required to be on the line at the city as it is here. So it's just a possibility. And I think it would be, if it takes 2 or 3 months, it's okay, right? So we just got to work
So
out.
would
There's
you
already an
prefer-
interlocal.
Would you prefer to go through the city, like city and county, or?
Probably the right thing to do to kind of make it official.
Okay.
Because we have an interlocal, which allows us to share. I don't know if you're aware of it, but just a couple of weeks ago, you signed an interlocal between the city and the county that allows us to share staff and equipment. It's cool. We just use the interlocal.
Okay, and you're okay with that then?
Well, I am, but I need to make sure to
Okay.
talk to Ray. But I think it would make the board, the CRAP board would become more comfortable with that because they have concerns, as well as WashDOT, because we have several big federal projects this year. And that would allow some continuity. That being said, I can't respond. I get 50 to 100 emails a day, so I can't respond to those emails. So the admin side would need to be provided for, but the certification side is not very many hours. I mean, it's like 25% of the job, really.
And we have our annual report, I think it's due in February, that is already done and submitted.
No, April 1st. I will have that all out before the end of the month. So it's good. And we're also training Catherine. She knows how to do most of it already. So it's not going to be a problem.
Yeah, because we have to have an engineer for the annual
Totally.
report.
And then, Catherine can sit for her PE exam. She's all verified to sit for her PE exam. She's got all her experience in order and it's already been verified to sit for it. But that's quite a stressful thing. But anyways, for another day.
No, Catherine did some of the reporting between Keith and Dave.
Okay,
Yes, that's true.
Work with us
She did all the
consultant,
paperwork in between.
So we're really lucky to have her
And then-
right now.
We would be double covered because our consultant is still there. And
Okay.
the existing consultant agreement, we just extended it for 2 years, which was allowed by the contract. So double covered. So everything's
Okay.
got to be fine. So don't rush and get a bad engineer, get a good one. Take the time to get a good one,
well, I thought we did have a good one, Dave.
Well, I'm sorry.
We do till the 28th.
And I'm really close. I'll coordinate with
No, I'm
the
excited
city
for
and-
you, your next adventure, it'll be good. But
the
thank you for
projects
offering
are.
to help us continue
Oh,
to,
yeah.
because that's always a stressful part.
And that's why I wanted to give that's why I gave like a larger window of time, for the transition and even after too. So I just wanted to extend that.
We appreciate that, Dave. We're sorry to see you go, but I'm gonna miss you, but we
glad
do
you're
appreciate
close by.
the support.
I'm very close by.
And I'm glad Kat's not moving.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. The silver lining is that now she can progress with her career because she wasn't allowed to. She could not work underneath me. And she's an engineer, but she wasn't allowed to be promoted. So it's not good for her, right? But it was necessary because we needed a PE.
Yeah,
Well,
Yep.
we will miss you.
how
Thank
important
you.
is that interlocal now?
It's kind of interesting that the interlocal just got
Somebody
signed.
lost a bet at Dave's house. This is what I think. If somebody lost a bet, it's like, Dave, you gotta go look for another job.
It's a good thing to be able to share equipment and staff and resources. It is.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
It worked out well when we did Adams County, so.
Oh, totally.
So.
Scott Yeager's
And
phenomenal.
we do have to have an engineer to sign off when we're getting federal. I don't know about the state, but I know for sure the federal. Well, CRAB is the one that gets, like, you have to have.
It's required by law that the county have and it has to be a civil engineer. It can't be just a PE, like a mechanical engineer. It has to be a civil engineer.
Yeah, we'll get through it. Hopefully we'll get some good applicants, but I like this plan, as Dave said, so we can take our time.
Well, yeah, do things right. But I need to do some coordination on the city side to ensure
Yeah,
that.
sure. Well, and that's why we're working to extend that contract with our consultant and want multiple options in place, so.
Got a lot done in 18 minutes. It's amazing.
I feel like our hour. Yeah. Oh, I guess it was 30 minutes, consent review. That felt like an hour, I guess.
This is a lot of agenda that happened in 18 minutes, so very impressive.
Way to kick it out. Way to go, Charlotte. Kicking it out.
All right, that's all we have. You have anything
That's it.
else, John? Any
Well, thank you for
questions?
joining us. I think
Thank
the
you.
winter storm days are over, so.
Yeah, we made it through.
It wasn't just snow, it was the ice.
Yep.
It was a killer, so it was nice to have the,
Mag chloride, did we,
whatever it was that they
or
put on.
ice slicer,
Ice slicer.
which is basically mag chloride, right? Or is ice slicer slightly different?
I don't know, but my garage floor loves it.
No, winter's officially over. I was swatting flies on Sunday, so
And we've got
winter's
flurry.
over.
59 degrees on Sunday. That was
Check
incredible.
out a little bit, I had to leave a vehicle or two outside.
It was 85 in Mexico.
Hence the tan. You see that tan? 2 weeks, it's all it took.
He's ready to go back. He goes on vacation, every jump ship, Dave.
Sorry, I get to see you like, what?
So is
What?
Kat thinking about taking her, is it?
You guys have any more business?
It's stressful, and it's a lot of prep.
All right, we're gonna
That's
go in
possible.
recess until 9:30.
I got some stuff.
Good morning. It is 9:31 a.m. and we're here for the Sheriff's Office update with Chuck Coates and John McMillan.
Good morning.
Gentlemen,
Cindy, you have a question?
Yes, the Sim, okay, well, they call it Sims, and I had to, Connections came a couple of years ago, and I believe you met with Connections for the regional diversion.
Yes,
Probably 2 years ago. They want to come again, they called it Sims mapping, so I had to
Yep.
like, okay, Sims mapping.
sequential.
Yeah, yep. Are you interested in having them, do you want Grant County to participate? Dale said yes, he is, on May, they're coming like May 12th. He said May 14th, they have an active attack training that they're not gonna be able to do that day. But I think they came with Dale, they met with you, I wasn't a part of that study or your group.
Yep.
I know Grant County actually fared pretty darn good, better than all the other counties.
Right.
Do you want to be a part of it? Do you want the county to sign on? It would be about 17, 18,000 for us to do this mapping.
I think it'd be great. Moses Lake just did one, that was just very Moses Lake specific. Chief Mansford went to the Sims or the mapping portion of it or the results of it. I want to say 2 weeks ago. I actually have it on my desk, but that's very Moses Lake specific, who has all the resources. I think that it would be very beneficial for the county to be able to engage with them just to see overall. I think that we're all going to identify the same deficiencies, whether it be the regional, Moses Lake. I think the county is going to be pretty aligned with all the deficiencies all around. But I think it'd be a good opportunity just to engage with all of our stakeholders. You know, as much time as I can get with Dell, I always appreciate the conversations just because I can understand his language. I understand his perspective, his vision, the way that he sees things. And to get all the stakeholders in the same room, I think it's just, all you're going to get is an amazing conversation. And ultimately, it benefits the citizens of Grant County. So I'm all on board.
Yes, okay, thank you.
That's a long answer to yes, but
No, I just want to know because,
for it.
so have you been attending some of the regional diversion? Any of the meetings?
I tried to virtually. The only one that I really was able to drive over to Wenatchee for was the original
Oh, the Sim one they did
mapping.
a couple, okay.
Yeah. But other than that, it's just my day sometimes gets so behind.
No,
and-
it's fine. Okay, I'm glad. Thank you for the input.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it is Chelan and Douglas. They're basically those two entities kind of
Yeah.
driving the
Yep.
Nova Bay's vision.
Any
Okay,
other
thank you.
questions?
That was my question. So,
Absolutely, thank you. Great question.
So as you guys are aware, Joey is gone at a sheriff's conference, and there wasn't a whole lot that he wanted to relay, so I'll just speak on the sheriff's office, and then Chuck's got some updates on the jail side. So as you all are aware, Joey, maybe you're not aware, but Joey chose Gary Mansford as to replace me as the undersheriff. So that'll take effect, I guess, April 1st.
Is that your last day?
My last day is the 31st. My official first day of retirement is April 1st. So
Is that an April Fool's joke?
yeah, everybody's asked me. I wish I
Maybe
could say
April
yes,
2nd,
but
April 2nd.
yeah. So Monday's the 31st, but I'll come in and like turn in all my equipment and all that stuff that day. So, Joey has made a decision on filling Gary's spot, but he won't announce that until next week when he's back. He wants to do that when he's here. He wanted to relay that we're still having ongoing issues with 365 Labs, so they're still trying to work through that process. I don't know what that's going to look like in the future, but it's not going well so far. Our office is still working with Soap Lake PD. They are shorthanded, still looking for a chief. I don't know what their process is like, but they are shorthanded on the road. They just lost 2 officers. We gained 1 of them. He will be starting with us on the 17th, and then Ephrata PD will be getting 1 as well. So we are backfilling a lot of overtime shifts for them. So that's still ongoing. The Gorge contract is due this year, so I've been feverishly working on that to try to get it ready to go before May. Barbara Durbeck has been a key partner with me doing that. She gave it the blessing with the exception of our insurance coverage needs to be increased, and it's kind of above and Blair Cook or Koch or whatever, I'm not sure how you say his last name. Koch?
Yeah.
He got involved and he's recommending a substantial increase in insurance. So long story short, Barbara wants me to get in contact with Live Nation's attorneys so that they can converse together. So I'm working on connecting them so that they can get that worked out and get our contract updated on the insurance side. Everything else is ready to go on that. And they're a 3-year contract, so it'll be 25 through 27, the full season of 27, and then they renew it. So it doesn't get updated every year. And it's kind of tough when there's bargaining units involved and increase in salaries and wages and benefits and stuff. So we just kind of estimate throughout the 3 years because again, the deputies are going to be bargaining this year again after just settling. So that's all I have on the sheriff's office side as far as updates. If I think of anything else, I'll step in, but Chuck has got some jail updates as well. So your floor, Chuck.
Yeah, thanks. I know everything's at the jail going, uh-oh. So a lot of good, positive things actually happening in the jail. One, we sent off the invoice, or we paid the invoice for the heart monitors to go into the holding cells. So hopefully within the next week or 2, they're going to be coming in and doing somewhat of an install. So those are the piece of equipment in there. Looks like a box that'll actually record their respiratory rate, their heart rate. It'll kind of give us an early warning signal if somebody who is suffering from opiate withdrawals or alcohol withdrawals before they completely deteriorate, we can take action. So it's an early warning sign.
They have to do something in order to have that?
The boxes?
Yeah.
So there's networking that has to be done, new electrical that has to be put in.
Does the inmate do something?
Oh, no. So basically, especially when somebody's suffering from withdrawals, they sleep a lot. So basically, it's sonar that focuses on exactly where they're at, and it sits there and it gauges their respiratory rate and their heart rate. And the longer we have those in our holding cells, it's almost as if that system gets smarter and smarter and smarter. So there's a lot of natural noise that'll actually happen, a lot of vibrations inside the holding cell just from the HVAC system or somebody next to them in another holding cell kicking and screaming or flushing a toilet. So at first, those monitors will pick that up and it'll show those anomalies. But as time progresses, that machine will actually recognize, well, that's a toilet flushing, so I don't need to worry about that. That's the HVAC system, so I don't have to worry about that. So it actually gets smarter and smarter and smarter. So they just lay there and do
So
nothing.
I know we had talked about it a couple years ago, insurance, WCRG kind of rolled it out or made it known. Is it just for one person? They can only have one person in the cell, then you're not gonna put it in a, okay, so they'll be isolated.
Yep. So our holding cells, you wouldn't want to put two people in. They're pretty much for one individual. It's supposed to be a temporary holding area, but yeah, you only want one person in there, especially if they are having withdrawals.
I assume those are going in the new jail as well.
We have them allocated for them. Right now, every cell in the infirmary is getting one put in, and then the 4, I say temporary holding cells that are right across from the intake area, the booking area. They're all single man cells over there. Those 4 are also getting them as well. They're pretty proud of their equipment, so they're pretty pricey. For 4 of them was $25,000. The maintenance agreement every year, I think, is just under $5,000 a year. So you're looking at a pretty substantial upfront cost with these. Our intention is using our commissary fund to be able to do that. So it'll have very little impact to the general fund or to the overall budget. So looking forward to those coming in. Again, it's gonna be another a layer for us to watch. So we had 2 very large expenses that we weren't anticipating at the beginning of the year from the Corrections Officer Academy. It was based off of 2024 graduates. So our training budget right off the get-go within the first month took a $20,000 hit just because we weren't anticipating that. So right now, our training budget for the corrections is completely 100% exhausted. That was just, a lot of it's due to the $20,000 hit that we took right off the get-go.
And we focus on that because a lot of the trainings won't happen until July or August, and it doesn't come. So when Tanya schedules the training, she'll wait, but however, she keeps a running log like a checkbook on the training budget. So even though it's going to show like this month that only 20% of the budget's been used, really it hasn't because it just hasn't shown yet, but it'll catch up if that makes any sense.
Yeah, we're trying to forecast as best as we possibly can. Our training budget is one of the ones that we've always kind of found ourselves behind in times on, and roll around September, October, we're going, whoa, all right, I'll stop, because we couldn't forecast it. Now we're meeting with Tanya, who does all the data for the training. We're just able to forecast it a lot better, and that's why we know that we've exhausted it. So we have an individual in custody right now that's been there for a month and 2 days. He has submitted, as of yesterday, a total of 208 written documents. 77 of them were grievances against, I got one yesterday. I met with him on 5 of his grievance appeals from the lieutenant. He's trying to bury us in paperwork, and honestly, he's doing a fairly good job of burying us in paperwork and making sure that we're following our process to a T. We reached out to Rebecca a couple of weeks ago. Her term for him is he's very litigious. That's her word, not mine. That's too fancy for me. But he's one of those that likes to go around. He finds discrepancies. He finds holes to be able to turn around and sue counties for it. I met with him yesterday on the appeals that would go to my level. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes. Now I'm a tyrant in his new grievance against me. He doesn't want to find any resolution to anything. He's afraid to drink the city water of Ephrata. So we're literally getting spring water bottled, poured it into his pitcher. We're trying to provide as kosher of a diet as we possibly can for him. I mean,
Is he a frequent flyer? Is this a new?
He's a new guy. I don't know how long he'd been out of prison, but he did a 15-year stint in prison for a sex crime. He's currently in our custody for felony harassment, threats to kill.
Okay.
The duration of his incarceration with us, I don't know, but he's one that every single day you can figure you're getting inundated with paperwork. Unfortunately, when he does that, it takes a lieutenant off the floor because we want to be able to cover the counties the best and possibly we can. Unfortunately, he's inundating with paperwork, and I'm sure he's gonna find one route. So I guess more than anything, FYI.
15 years to learn, huh?
15 years to learn. And according to him, he got really good at it, and he sues a lot of counties and wins a lot.
He should stop getting put in jail in different counties. Might be a good start for him.
Staffing wise, we still currently have 3 at the Corrections Officer Academy. They are scheduled to graduate next week. We still have 2 deputies on administrative leave, result of our in-custody death in December. Getting those 3 back and, hopefully getting those 2 back on condition or that are out on admin leave, that'll give us an additional 5 positions filled, ready to rock and roll. We currently have 5 conditional offers given from the sheriff. They're in there, either they're waiting for a polygraph or in their background process somewhere. So with all that considered, we only have 4 open positions in the Corrections Division, which I can't remember when the last time we only had 4 vacancies or 4 openings. So we're moving forward. Working with Gina in Human Resources, we're able to identify some hiring gaps. So with that, I got the training, learning and development sergeant. He's actively reaching out to people, whether they haven't completed the public safety portion or they haven't completed the application process through the county. We're actively engaging them and moving them on. We've upped our contract with Source One News. Hopefully you guys will see our ads. We're trying to highlight some of our staff, especially whenever they complete their FTO process. So we're just trying to really educate the public still on kind of what we do, who we are. We are human, so we're trying to bring that human element to it. Had a really good supervisors meeting last Wednesday. We talked 100% about culture. Lieutenant Erickson and I went down to Texas late last year on it was all jail leadership and command level type of training. We went over 22 core competencies. So each month, the sergeant is responsible for bringing one of those competencies out. We all have a rating assignment, then we have a list of like 4 or 5 questions that we ask afterwards. So it's all based on communication. This one was specific to culture, but it was basically how do we create a new culture within the Corrections Division? And it's not something that's done overnight. It's not something that's done just in a handful of years. And quite honestly, it was all started whenever Joe Crete was sitting in the chief's position. Him and I worked very close together to be able to move that paradigm where it needs to be. A lot of it was built off of people have a victim mindset still from things that I inherited. Things that have happened 15 years ago and them not being able to move through it, grow through it, get over it. Having a victim mindset within our environment in the jail, which is very toxic, very negative, you could potentially become cancer. And then that your negativity is going to grow. So it's just a way for the supervisors to get together. We all talk the same language about that shift in culture and how we can really start maintaining a very positive, very healthy, very trusting type of organization. So that seems like that
Do you
was a
feel like
lot
it's
for me,
moving?
but-
Because I had heard a comment about 2 weeks ago that kind of the overall morale is down in the corrections, and it could be because the officers were short. 5 officers that typically, or maybe the new ones coming on and then the 2 on admin. And then I think when there's a death, there's always, I mean, it just it's not a fun thing to go through. It's very
It's
difficult.
gonna set you back, you know, and we have a lot of veteran staff over there. They talk about the scars that we all have. We all have scars from previous employers or even this employer. Being able to work with them and trying to make sure that they're not negatively influence our younger folks. So with the new ones getting hired on, again, that kind of tries to reiterate the fact of us highlighting a new hire on our social media. That way we can start instilling into them what our vision is, what our mission of the agency is, what our values are. So we can start with the FTOs that are actually teaching these individuals, maintain and sustain with all the new hires, and hopefully that'll start influencing upwards where, hey, this isn't such a bad place to work. Why are you always so negative, Nancy? But you're always going to have some people that are just disgruntled a little bit. And hopefully all we can do is put them in an environment or put them on a crew that has a high impact on positivity. So again, it doesn't happen just overnight. It takes, you know, several years to be able to sway that. And, you know, talk about the FTOs and the engagement with the new hires to be able to inspire them to be able to let them know that you can mess up. You know, trust us. I trust you. Trust me. It's got to be reciprocated here. Employee engagement. I know that's something that I've said in here multiple times in here. And, you know, it kind of goes back to the whole Gallup poll. I know that there really hasn't been a decision made one way or the other, or if the sheriff's office to be able to be that guinea pig. But I don't want to see the Gallup poll fall to the side, or at least the conversation of the benefits for it. So I think that would be another conversation with the sheriff in here as well. So I'm not going to try to speak with him, but definitely going to drop employee engagement. And that was just another key item for that Gallup poll.
And I'll expand on that just a little bit. I think there might be a misconception with a poll or a survey. Gallup is more than that. It's more than just a survey. It is a continuous engaging with your employees and training, and it's not just a one-time poll and then you're done.
So we're just saying, okay, it does a poll and then it figures out where the shortfalls are
And it breaks it out into
Okay.
silos. It's very,
okay.
it's very cool.
Okay, it's more than, okay.
It is more than just and I don't know what the Survey Monkey thing was all about.
That's
I don't know.
basically what, I think Survey Monkey, you answer some questions. but
Survey Monkey's
You
quite a
just
bit
ask
different.
questions and then you get an answer.
Yeah, this is far more than that. It goes more in depth. I mean, there is a 12 questions you answer, but it breaks it out into silos, and then it breaks it out into patrol crews, corrections crews. Everybody has their own little silo, but at the end of the day, all the supervisors come together. They know what they have to do. There's goals that they have to reach. It's very structured, and I think that's what we need as an agency. And it's proven to work. The PUD is very similar to us. They got different silos everywhere, and it's working for them. And it's not going to happen in 1 year, and it doesn't happen in 2 years, but year 3 is where you see the increase in morale and employee engagement. So that's my plug again. I really hope that you guys consider it, and I won't be here for it. And here's another thing I will say. We don't need help. Help from HR would be great, but we, as a sheriff's office, can run our own survey. We can give them the data. We can create the data all on our own. HR would be great, but they're not needed. They would be needed for SurveyMonkey, it sounds like. And I'm not saying that they're bad or anything, but it's literally, we could be our own little silo. Give it to us. Let us present to you what it looks like over a course of months and a year, just so that you can see the data, because I really think that it would help. I do. That's my plug again.
Talked to Philip about, I'm doing the Professional Development Academy, and they said HR is good, but HR, you should not be relying on HR to go find your employees. The resumes might look great. It was somebody that was talking. The resumes will look good. They'll look good on paper, but you need to go find your people and say, hey, you should apply here. And I just thought, a lot of times we do rely on HR, it's like, go to the website and go find it, but it's actually up to us to go find those employees that are engaging, that we want to be working with. So, but thank you for following up on that Gallup, because they do talk a lot about Gallup and how, I really thought it was just a survey. I didn't realize that it went additional steps.
Oh, you, if you read the USA Today, I mean, somewhere in there, it's gonna say, hey,
A Gallup
due to our
study.
recent Gallup poll, I mean, these guys are just coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
As far as like a survey monkey, I know that it sounds like it was very successful for juvenile. Sheriff's Office, we have 140 full-time employees. That's quite a bit of burden to put on one person to be able to analyze all of the answers and to be able to get it to be siloed like the way that Gallup actually does it. One thing that we always look for measurables. We talk about them in our strategic plan. We talk about them in our goals overall. How do you adequately measure morale? It's that's that invisible beast that how do you fight it? How do you measure it? And this Gallup poll, the way that those questions are structured, will be able to measure that overall morale. And it'll also be able to give us that tool to be able to say, hey, Sergeant, you're lacking in communication skills. Here's what your goals are. Year 2, wow, you're still lacking in communication skills. So that gives us the ability to accountability. This is the way that it is, and you're still falling behind. So it gives us a way to be able to enhance everybody, lift everybody up, and everybody kind of get on the same plane.
So is it in your budget for 2025?
No.
Like, could you find funds in your budget?
Going back to my training.
On the correction side-
There's a little bit of a budget shortfall that is gonna probably be hitting us, several million that we were.
Yeah, so
budgeting.
it's 15,000.
Uh-huh.
I did put it in, I did request it in our budget, and then Mandy was like, no, the commissioners have their own training budget, from my understanding.
That's true, yeah.
And that they wanted to hear the presentation, which we gave you guys, and then they were gonna purchase it for the sheriff's office. If that's still the case, great. If I would be bold enough to say that we will dig the money up somewhere in our
Hey,
budget.
you're on your way out, John. That's just fine.
Yeah.
And I'm a very, very big
November,
stickler on our
December.
training budget. Just
Okay.
ask these guys. It drives me nuts when I'm constantly seeing miscellaneous training that's not needed. And it's just a want. I'm more of the need person, and the Gallup to me is a need. This is like,
Well,
so
thank you for.
to answer your question, we will find the money somewhere.
We do have a training budget. Okay.
And maybe split it.
Maybe we could split it, yeah, or figure something out that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we do have, we're working specifically with one guy, Chuck and I, through Gallup, and he's like weekly, hey, the commissioner's approved, hey, because they're ready to go, they're ready to help us, and it's just, and they're there to help. They assign one person to our agency that,
Did you put it on the consent agenda? We had the presentation. Did you ask for it does it need to go on the consent agenda? Or you're just
I think
needing
the
it?
request was made before the presentation.
The
and then-
request was
the request was made on our budget proposal.
Okay.
If this is something you'd like us to put it on consent next week. I'd be
Yes,
more-
why don't you go
more
ahead and do
than
that, then
happy
we can do a formal decision on
Okay.
that. Or,
But make sure you make the request out of the training budget.
to. Okay.
Your training budget or ours?
the county, well, the
Yeah,
county has-
ours.
maybe, or offer to split it, yeah.
Okay,
But you'll
But
wanna
the
get
county
that.
does have one.
that's great, that's fantastic, I appreciate
Okay.
that.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. I'll get that on there, well, I'll get it in before
Before
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, they're strict on that.
Yes, they are. I think we were without an engineer, or almost without an engineer for a little bit because the contract didn't get, Sam, Public Works did not get the contract to us before noon.
Oh, gee. Any questions for us as a board?
No.
All right. Easy peasy. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
We'll go into recess until 10 a.m. Good morning, it's 10:01 a.m. and we are here for a facilities maintenance update.
All right. Well, good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, commissioners. So I've just got a bullet point list, but Kevin's got a few things he'll talk to you about too. So Medicis, You want to give an update on that?
So the control engine got installed last week. They had a heck of a time with it. They actually spent about 3 days here working on it and finally got it to work. So it's back online. We have control of the Law and Justice Building again for heating and cooling. And we are so happy to have it back.
Yeah, yeah. Want to talk about the new guy starting?
So we have a new person that will be starting on Monday. His name is John Hanold. He is from REC. He has his EPA card, so we can utilize him to dive into our HVAC systems a little deeper. So that means he can hook on gauges and things like that. And if we decide, you know, it's kind of a big program if you want to manage refrigerants, we could go down that road. But I think just for starting out, we'll see where he's at. Utilize them. We have a couple of units out there. We have questions on where our refrigerant levels are and see if he can help us figure those out and just go from there.
It's a nice thing to have. A lot of times, it happens probably more at the fairgrounds than anywhere else, is we'll lose the ability to cool, the machine's running, we're not really sure why. At some point, you get to that diagnostic where you have to tie into the ports on the refrigerant and see how much is in there, and then we're calling a contractor. So having somebody that can do that and save us that service call, it's gonna be nice to have.
A couple.
Yeah. So, and also the other thing we've done out there, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, at the commercial building, commercial and 4-H, we had automated logic come out and put up sensors so that when people open those big doors, it shuts the HVAC systems off. Because we got tired of people calling us saying, hey, it's hot. And it's like, well, the AC is running, but you've left the doors open for hours. So we're cooling off Moses Lake. And we just can't get people to do that. So now there's a sign up there and it tells people, if this door is open, there is no AC. You know, so hopefully that will help train people to keep those doors, you know, use them, bring all your stuff in, and then close that darn door. You know, so, but, so Cindy, you sent an email asking about the museum, about using the insurance funds for capital projects. And
Yeah,
that's-
it's their insurance, but when they had that fire several
Yep,
years ago,
yep.
5 years ago, seven years ago, they've been using it for some capital. I think we repaired a steeple. We've done some repairs that weren't really associated to the fire. They want to buy a sign for outside.
Yep.
They have a grant, but the grant will not be reimbursed until, I think, December. John seemed to think it was December, but I don't know if it's a little sooner. Was that?
Well, do you
I'm gonna
want,
go talk to the city about it.
okay,
Between meetings yesterday and today, I probably won't get to them till tomorrow.
And they'll pay it back once the grant, they may be short just a
Yeah.
little bit, but I think he's looking for other funding, just kind of to use that.
so,
Instead of borrowing from there, if they could just use it and then replenish it.
yeah, and so just a refresher, and you weren't a commissioner, this is back when Tom Taylor was a commissioner. I wasn't even aware that they had signed a proclamation or a resolution or whatever that we would take over maintenance or take care of maintenance out there. And we weren't aware of that budget. So we were given control of that budget, and that budget was based on that insurance payout. So we have had that budget line in our budget to work on capital projects out there. But there was nothing in the resolution that said it couldn't be used for a reader board. It just had to be used at the museum. So I would think that.
Anyway, we've
yeah.
kind of, the
Yeah.
information, gave it to Mandy, and Mandy said, now, is it a loan, or can they use it and then use the grant for other
Yeah,
things? I'm like,
yeah.
no, they can use the museum money to pay for the sign, and the grant has to reimburse that fund for the sign, because that was the intent of
Yeah,
the
okay.
grant.
All right, okay. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same
So I
page.
think Mandy's moving for it, but
And John called me this morning from the museum and talked about that. So exactly, he plans on putting those funds back when they get it.
thank you for clarifying it.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure.
I think we can, because I know.
Yeah. I didn't want to be missing something, and I knew that he was talking to the museum today, I think, about that stuff, so,
138.
yeah. And then, we have a part for the elevator in the coroner's office, and you gave that to Otis?
Yep, and so just got an update on that. It's running. So he put it in, ran it for 30 minutes, no issues. So coroner's office.
Up and
elevator's
down, up and down,
Yeah, yeah.
30 minutes.
And On consent today, and then I'll let him, oh, well, you want to talk about your part in Avidex?
Yeah, so, up at Public Works, we're finishing up, our part was to put in the power and run the data cables for the project. They got started last week. It was a lot of fun trying to find the breakers that operated the power, to turn it on and off. Apparently, whenever something happened up there, all the junction boxes were mislabeled, and so they'd go turn the breaker off, and that would not be the correct breaker, so they had to trace all the circuits and found them all. They went back up today to try and hopefully finish it up, but Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife is having a meeting in there, so we can't finish it up, but it should be finished this week.
You have a couple of walk-on items on consent today. One of them is to amend the cost of the contract is existing with Custom Energy Consultants. This is just an amendment to their scope of work that we're paying for, but it was being paid for with a grant from Commerce that we got. And the other thing on consent is the ability for me to DocuSign that grant. We heard this morning that WASAC awarded us the other part of that grant. So now our net cost will be exactly at the documents that you're going to see at consent. It shows a Commerce grant and a WASAC grant. So our net cost is zero. So it's 100% funded. Just found out this morning, so that's
And
good
that's for
news.
the bleachers?
No, this is the ASHRAE Level 2 audit for the Law and Justice Building, and they're also going to take a look at the annex and courthouse since they're here, so.
Okay.
Electrical audit?
Well, it's an energy
Yeah,
audit,
energy.
so, yeah. But
Sorry, couldn't think of energy.
that's okay. All right. It's just nice to have both those grants.
To have so many things going on.
Well, so there's some things changing with the Clean Buildings Act too. We were on the phone with the consultant this morning, and I know they went after $7 million in grants, and they only ended up getting $2 million in grants total. So the state all of a sudden has slowed down the number of grants they're giving out for energy.
You get your building permit for the bleachers.
No,
Are you
I did not.
serious?
and I called Jim this morning and he didn't answer the phone, so I'm gonna call him again this
Supposed to
morning.
happen, it was in a packet, supposed to be, I heard it in a packet by noon.
He said by the end of the day, but I did not. No, it did not. I did not get it. So I got
They're
it.
probably getting it delivered to you by truck or.
According to the portal, it says it's still under review. So
Okay.
anyway, yeah,
So
after,
is there some reason why Jim couldn't take that over?
I don't think you can.
I don't know.
sign
Sign
off
off
on
on
it.
it.
The frustrating thing for me, it's twofold. I can't be moved up in a line, right? I get that. When I put in a building permit, I expect to be treated the same as anybody else. But it just seems strange when it's only a 7-page set of documents and it's a pre-engineered building and already has an engineered stamp. It's almost a rubber, I mean, it's as close to a rubber stamp as you can get, this was put in January 13th. So, that's difficult. If it was that building next door and a full remodel, I get it. It's just tough when, so I don't know a schedule. I don't know if there's extenuating circumstances. So,
Well, communication would be helpful. If you say you're gonna do it, you need to do it.
yeah. Do you want to add more stuff? You want to talk about some of the other things on your list there?
All kinds of fun things going on, right? So.
Good, fun, okay, I'm getting my fun pants on.
So we did get rid of the paint. I know we had discussed that in a previous meeting. So that was completed on February 27th. Again, the cost on that. And part of the reason that we want to standardize on our paints in the buildings, it was $3,882 to get rid of that. So that's been completed. And we've got more stuff to do out there. There's aerosol cans and other chemicals. But we'll just pick it off and try to stretch that cost out so it doesn't have a huge impact on the budget. We finished up the remodel at the coroner's office, so they had requested that their conference room have a wall put in the middle, so they had additional office space for more people. So that was completed. We're also doing some drywall repairs at District Court in Moses Lake. So there was some patches in there that had been there for quite a bit from the ceilings and a place where, it had been damaged in the restroom. So that should be completed this week as well. Other things we got going on, card readers, we had a couple things going on there, so I don't know, prosecuting attorney's office, the conference room that went back into their office space. They had a card reader there that wasn't functioning correctly. We had Convergent come back in and take care of that issue. It was a warranty issue, and also there was one card reader that worked, but it was showing up in our software, it wasn't right, and they got that corrected. So those were all warranty issues that got taken care of for access code control for us. On the new jail, we're working on the key schedule for that, so 250 doors, which keys go where with who, and the quantity per each, so hopefully we can get that finished up. Renew got the new chiller installed last week, so they're ready for summer. We also have Jeff currently at Yakima. He is taking competent person fall protection training, so he can be our trainer for the county for that. So annually, we're supposed to go through our fall protection harnesses. We're supposed to do training with each of our people that go up and, work off of ladders, genie lifts, scissors lifts, all that stuff. So he can be our trainer and help us with that.
Pete was doing that before, but.
Yeah.
And I have to do a shout out for Abel. So, for the entire time of this, before we started the jail project, when we bought that land and we had to start working with the Ibarra family, it's been quite the language barrier, and Abel has been the best interpreter, always Johnny on the spot whenever we needed him. And I know that has given the Ibarra family a sense of ease. And even when they've had to deal with development services, they went in there last week and tried to get a permit for a mobile home, and folks in development services didn't realize that the short plat wasn't done yet, so they didn't even know about that South County road. They told him, well, you don't have an address, you can't do any of this. And his first call was to Abel, and Abel was able to talk him through it. And so it's been a huge help having Abel willing to do that.
Well, actually, they told him over there that the permit had to come from the Department of Transportation, and I'm like,
yeah. Well, they thought his access was going to be off of the highway.
highway.
Yeah,
That's
so,
probably a limited access.
but since then, and did you ask Abel this morning? Did Jim get back to him?
no, he has not.
Oh, Jim, so that was, okay. I'll call Jim and find out. Because Jim said that they were working on that address that day. That was their first day in DC. And that he was going to call Abel that same day, so.
Nope, it's all, he went over there and the ladies at the counter, I mean, he went in with the paperwork and,
Alright.
yeah, so.
Okay, I'll follow up on that with Jim, thanks. And we're at 10:15. Do you have any questions for maintenance?
I do. Well, I have a question for you. Would you like your meetings to go back to back? Because you have a 10 to 10:15, a 15-minute gap. and-
Whatever works. If it goes back to back, that would be
Because there's
fine.
nothing here, and then we would
Yeah.
just,
No, we had a break, and for
Yeah.
some reason the break got put between these two.
so we could go back to back on yours. Up to you.
That's fine. That would probably be easier. That would be easier for getting time back in my day, so.
Okay. Caitlin, I don't know who's managing that. Caitlin, are you the calendar?
It's me. I'm here.
You mind
Yes.
put facilities and maintenance 10 to 10:15, and then technology services update 10:15 to 10:30
Yes, I will update that now.
next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that frees you guys up probably a little bit more
Well, we have a
too.
15-minute gap, but it's more you have a
Yeah.
15-minute gap to sit here and do nothing. Or you can go take a lap around outside or whatever.
I would say every time you've gone over and used the whole 30s, so.
Yeah.
But
You try not to go over, but you never know if the conversation will come up. so.
we'll go into recess until 10:30. Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and we are here for a TS update. Welcome.
Good morning, commissioners. We've got some of the staff here with Joe and Evan and Keith. And so the first thing I'm going to talk about a little bit before I move on is one of the things that I learned in NACO, at the NACO conference in DC, I talked a little bit about this, was cybersecurity. Here pretty soon, I'm going to request a executive session with the board and do like a 30-minute presentation on cybersecurity. And then you'll get regular briefs after that. But I feel like I want to get you up to speed on our security posture, little bit in the weeds, but not very far, but so that you'll have a better understanding when I do give quick updates. And probably give you thread updates and things like that. But so that's coming. And Keith, I'm going to ask you to start us off with an Avidex update in Public Works.
Well, Avidex update is that they have been installing, they've got the network cables installed. They're installing mounts and the projector screen up there in the ceiling right now. And I know that maintenance has been working on all the electrical requirements for that room. So I need to follow up with them, find out where they're at.
Okay, all right. The next item I have on my list is, Cindy, we've talked a couple of times about an intern up there in GCTS.
Yes.
And I know that there was.
Every time you say Cindy, I'm like, my mind.
Sorry.
I'm like,
No,
what did I-
there was,
what did I
there
do
was
now?
discussion,
Right.
there was discussion between Decorah and you, and I had a separate discussion with Decorah. I was just wondering if you'd gotten any further with Decorah on that. I haven't had a chance to catch
No,
up with
because
her.
I don't
Okay.
believe we will be changing the hours for the mailroom. But, and I don't know how,
Okay, all
how to
right,
make it work. So
Okay.
if you could take it,
all right.
'cause
So,
I think he's gonna be.
all right, so I'll follow with Decorah and then see if we can get that across the finish line. Okay.
But is that a need that you have?
Yeah, we could
Okay.
definitely, yeah, so we,
could totally
yeah.
put a person to work.
Okay.
so,
Right, we got all sorts of things.
yeah, we've talked about it numerous times. So,
So I will bring that, let Decorah know. And then
Okay.
if you want to talk to her too.
yep, all right, thank you. We're still planning on, I haven't reached out, but still planning on inviting Lincoln County down here for a couple of things, and Ferry County if they want to show up, but talking about cybersecurity, the meeting that we took part in on Friday. And then, of course, Lincoln County does want to speak with Joe Creed, so I'll try and coordinate that all at the same time. With that, I'm going to pass it off to you, Joe, with any kind of, well, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the network outage at all.
Yeah, I broke stuff last week. It's a good thing you guys were gone, so.
We had no idea.
I was doing, so we had got a new appliance. This new appliance in conjunction with another new appliance will allow us to do AI inspection on web traffic coming into our network at the courthouse, which is like super cool. And so as we were migrating to these new appliances, things happened, and basically when I migrated a site from the old controller to the new controller, it duplicated the VLAN, and VLANs can't be duplicated. That's like against the laws of networking, and it broke a whole bunch of stuff, and we had to re-add 127 devices back to the network for here at the main courthouse, which was why it was down for partially down for about a day. So we're kind of on the tail end of that. We've got little onesie twosie ports that we're still provisioning, but for the most part, everything's working. Yesterday, learned that I turned on some security features because I'm trying to be proactive and make security a thing. I did that over the weekend as I'm double checking stuff, and apparently it took out our ability to talk to SQL. And so that's why GP was down for a while yesterday. And
Database servers in general.
yeah, so we rolled that back, but we're planning on trying to implement those rules again with giving exclusion to some of those servers. So we're gonna coordinate a time with accounting to like, hey, we flipped the switch, is it still working, kind of thing, to make sure that they're still okay. And I would have never expected that to cause normal traffic on the interior of our network to stop. That was bizarre.
But again, the purpose, trying to increase security
Yeah.
across the network.
Yeah. So we don't want,
Yeah.
we're trying to make things safe. So, and that is still a goal, and that's why I'm pushing forward on that. But yeah, it was a bad day. I was up all Wednesday night into Thursday, and I briefed Commissioner Burgess on Thursday, and I did go home around noon. I got some sleep, and then I got up at about 7, and I worked for 4 more hours. Then I came in the next day and continued to work on stuff. So, yeah, I mean, when I take a hit, I take my own hit. So it's not like I just told everyone else to do my job for me. So,
How are we doing on quad deployments?
Doing good, chunking away. We got a list out now where we're dividing them all and having them scheduled and stuff. So I think we have about 50 total to be caught up for, then we're back on like
On the normal.
on schedule.
Cool. How are we doing on the cell phone deal with AT&T and Verizon? Is all that going pretty well?
Yeah, it's going. Had to slow down on a few of them because the port request is only open for like 30 days when you schedule it. And if you go outside of that, it screws up all kinds of like the way the contract deal is and the port and stuff. So some of the graveyard sheriff deputies and things are difficult, but yeah, we're working through. I got a handful of them on my desk right now.
We've spoken about if they don't come in to make the change, that we just port them without their
Yeah.
knowledge, because it's less headache in the long run to just sort them out.
Well, and they might have a service disruption on their phone for 5 or 10 minutes, right? And then all of a sudden they're back online
Yeah.
and they wouldn't even know.
The
I thought they were talking to,
Well,
yeah, I made it a countdown now instead of schedule it sometime. You will schedule it by this day or else this is going to happen.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
that's more effective.
Well, and you can only communicate so many times and you have to kind of take action, and then, when they get mad, it's like, well, how come you didn't, I didn't ask you for 5 things you did last week. I just wanted to tell you something. So,
Right.
So.
Yep.
and
For the most part, most
recurring
people are
job.
pretty responsive and it's worked well though.
And-
It's been not bad.
in other security news, John is upstairs talking with Tyler right now concerning security training for within, the entity of. the
Yeah,
county.
and I still need to get you that guy's card from Tyler AI. And so we can start a discussion with him. So you were in Tyler today. Speaking of Tyler, good segue.
Yes.
So you've got news about Tyler?
Well, we're moving forward, right now, we're doing, which is what they call, roles-based access and control, RBAC. And when we started out with the program, Katie wanted to keep all of that control to herself. She didn't include TS. And
So meaning that when a new employee or current employees had to access the financial system, Katie would provide permissions and access.
right, she was setting up all of the access control, so like who can do what in the system. And that was completely against Tyler's recommendation because there's no there's no checks and balances in there. You have one person, one entity controlling all access, and they could easily have assigned themselves permissions to delete. They could maliciously go in there and change things. They could delete payments in one place and have them going somewhere else, and then everything balances out, and then it would be kind of invisible to auditors. And so that's why they want that separation of duties, is so that way there's not one person controlling everything.
So I'm assuming by this conversation, this is now in GCTS's hands to do access control and permissions.
Yes, and that's what the meeting today through this week, and then additional meetings next week as learning all that system.
And then we'll do that through SpiceWorks requests or
Yes.
whether.
That'll be SpiceWorks requests.
Just like we do now with every other application that we maintain access on. So this is not a new concept to us. We do this for every other thing that we have.
Well, the fact that we don't write the checks.
Yeah, we don't write the checks but it's a separation of duties and
Exactly.
makes everybody stay honest and keep everything.
And once everybody's set up, then it becomes a maintenance thing and a one.
It makes it easier for us too, because on the access, when people come in, we're like, can do da-da-da-da-da, and then it's like, and then talk to accounting to do that part.
Yeah, we would get authorization to make the change, but we would be the entity making the change.
Right.
And just like every other application in the same vein.
Yeah, and with the Tyler application, it's gonna be a little bit different compared to what it's been with GP, because before, a very limited subset of people have access to GP. However, because Tyler is gonna be the end-all be-all, it's gonna be our employee portal where we can go see our pay stubs, get our W-2s, all that kind of stuff. Every employee has to have access to that system. So when a new employee is created, they're gonna have their accounts created in there, and their access assigned. So that's why it's very important.
And that will be added to the NAR, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's our network activation form that we have for
Does it use the
setting up.
employee ID number? What does it use to track people? Your AD account?
is
Tax ID
they use
for-
a third-party authentication that is, that works with Azure AD, so it's called Okta. And so it connects to Azure, so that way if they have an active account, they can get in. I'm not entirely sure yet how it works for like retired people or past
Yeah, that's what I was
employees to be
curious.
able to access their stuff. I think there is just an account setting that they set at the time when the account is terminated by HR.
And that's the same Okta that we use for the MVR.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a good update on Tyler.
Yeah.
So, well, that's about what we've got for you for GCTS today, unless the board's got questions about anything.
Yeah.
Evan, you may not write the checks up in TS, but you do control the, we're pretty much have full control of.
Two departments that don't mess with each other.
Yeah.
TS and accounting. We do not feud.
For some reason, I must have taken somebody off at TS. I have no idea. Well, thank you for keeping the county running. We don't realize how well things run until there's a little hiccup. So thanks, Joe.
Yeah, no, well, hey, I go big. I don't mess around. If
Go
I'm
big
gonna
or
break
go
something, I want everyone to know that was me.
He had like 2 rock stars and 2 orange juices that morning
Yeah.
after the all-nighter.
Yeah. I was feeling pretty ragged about 6 a.m. So John came in, he's like, have you been here all night? I'm like,
You look like you've been here all night.
uh-huh. He's like, oh, let me go get my coffee and then I will step back and check with you to find out what I need to do next. I'm like, uh-huh. And I was just bleary-eyed. I was going slow. And then when these guys got here, I showed them what we needed to do, and you guys got through it in like 3 hours, getting most everything added back. And I had
Guys.
access points done by the end of Friday.
Yeah. We're a lot more comfortable doing all that stuff now.
Yeah, it's not something that these guys do regular. I take care of
When
it.
you have to do a whole bunch of it all at once.
Well, that's
They
true.
got the
Muscle
real
memory.
Fire, yeah.
Training.
Tons of muscle memory.
Training, that a training.
Yes.
Port configurations, I sleep.
Yep. So, yeah, and again, apologies for the disruption to the everything. We did I talked to Desiree, they did a jury trial here in 209 that day, but we decided to cancel court in Moses Lake that day. So, that was the biggest impact to everything that happened that day. So, and I think looking back, we may not have needed to cancel district court Moses Lake, but we
Better
did.
be safe than sorry.
Well, I learned a way to fix the problem without being as destructive as I was to this site, which is unfortunately, I should have learned on one of the other ones before I got into this one, but I was trying to get this one fixed first, and it's a timing thing. It's like a really kung fu kind of thing, so it's hard to explain. So I'll show these guys how to do it one day, and they'll be like, whoa. So.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go into recess until 10:45. Good morning, it's 10:46 a.m. and we are here for our commissioner work session and pending decisions sheet. Tom, what were we gonna talk about? We were gonna talk about training, and that we kind of dropped the ball on the training in the sense of who makes the request to pull it out of our training budget.
Right.
Because everybody's going through the training, but it's not coming out of the right budget. So do we need to make?
Or did you sign us up for the NACO?
Yeah, I did, and I'm kind of keeping people going through the program, but you had mentioned that the commissioners had a budget line to pay for that training?
For ours, in our budget?
Well, you said,
For
yeah, in your
county
budget
training,
for
the
county training.
budget.
Yeah, the county
Yeah.
training, we have it.
Yeah, so
But none has been taken from that budget, from accounting.
So is it currently coming out of your budget?
no, it's not. So I had said, after you'd said that, when I received the invoices from PDA, I sent them to Barb. And then for whatever reason, they didn't, I don't know what happened to them.
Is it, is it the $10,500 one?
For the High Performance Leadership Academy?
It was like
Yes, that sounds right. There was an issue, so I had it. It was on, I think, last week or the week before's batch, but I didn't have permissions to enter that bars code to pay the invoice. So I had emailed accounting and we've got it sorted out now, but it came out of that 105 budget, Cindy, that you and I had talked about. So it should be getting paid soon. Like I said, it was one or 2 weeks ago.
Well,
I think like Kirk is no longer doing it, so he.
he dropped out and I have a credit for that. So we'll plug somebody in and it won't cost us anything. And then, but no, I had received an email from NACO saying it hadn't been paid. So then I sent it back to Barb and said, hey, what happened? And then she told me, oh, she didn't realize, so it was just a miscommunication. But easy enough. I think that, if you want me to do the request, I can just request and send you a copy of the schedule of who's going through.
Yeah, I think if you send the invoice like you did to me yesterday.
Yeah.
Then I think it's easy to keep on top of it. We just need to make sure the people we want going through are going and not just.
Right. And so far, and right now, the only other names that I have that are going to go through and get plugged in are Missy and Rachel from the assessor's office have
I
requested.
think we talked about Matt too, maybe joining in. But
Matt. Oh, so I did not get that from Missy, but I can ask her.
Just yesterday we talked
Okay,
about.
all right.
But they won't be doing it for a while because they have the conversion still and they're too busy.
Yeah, I asked Missy to pay close attention to the dates and how it affected them, in their workload, so. And then others who, you might want to have go, I think Jim Cook was gonna go through it. I just have to find the time to plug him in, so.
Jim's probably like, not right now, I'm a little busy, but.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, so, no, and that's my stop next. So, no, that was a good call, Rob, and I can do that easy enough as we go forward. And keep the board in the loop. I can email Barb and just CC the board and make sure you guys are seeing it. So then when it comes to consent, that's not a surprise.
And then I did meet with Desiree because I'm trying to get district court's approval to allow youth services to change a break room at district court building in Moses Lake to basically a conference room.
Yeah.
She seemed open to it, but I wanted to check with judges. So I don't know what would be entailed at that time, but we might need to change that closet or that office. That's a storage room across from the big office, the giant one that one person sits in.
Yeah.
Might need to change it into a refrigerator break room. All right.
Okay.
So kind of just something that could come.
Yeah, and so Desiree had talked to me a few weeks ago about the grant for the single point of entry. I met with her just before we went on the trip and said, I'm still waiting on documents from her. She was going to give me the breakdown of the budget that she wanted to provide. They had some specific paperwork for the breakdown of the budget. She was going to provide that to me. So that's kind of still in her court. We're still moving forward with trying to get pricing and work out the details of the single point of entry. So, but as far as requirements for the grant or what the district court needs, kind of the ball's in her court. So, and I'll remind her again that she was going to get that to me. But
yeah, she had brought it up yesterday.
Yeah.
And didn't know where it was at, if it was still moving. So you might just,
okay. I'll remind
you
her.
Remember this?
Yep. Yeah, she was going to send me something. So I will remind her.
And I'm locked out again, it appears.
We have DA Davidson coming up at 11:30.
Yep. And
Barb or Caitlin, can you email us that resolution? I had it earlier today and I can't find it now.
I will do that.
so, and remembering correctly, in this bonding, we're bonding for 6 million for the morgue, and if it ends up being more than 6 million, we'll fund that from like REACH or something like that was the discussion. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and then Cindy Carter, I'm locked out.
That's how I understood it, yeah.
And then in that resolution, I think I was a little bit surprised. It It was more, I want to say, it was, I thought I saw a number in there, it was more than the 55 million. Now I can't
Okay.
remember it off the top of my,
Thank
I'll
you.
have to go back and look. It seemed higher than what we talked about, but.
Should be coming through any second. Can't find any stuff I put in here.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. I'm unlocked.
Magic.
Did they unlock from upstairs?
My only complaint
Yeah.
is that I have a heck of a time printing down here some days.
Yeah.
We did the wireless address and it worked for 6 months or so. Now that doesn't work. And then I found a printer that it is, and it worked, but now the printer doesn't show. So maybe it's off. I don't know.
It seems this room is difficult with that. I don't know why it's difficult. You ought to be able to just find that printer and print to it. Maybe we have to,
I'm sure it's operator error, but
well, not necessarily.
Do you want to print this?
yeah.
Make sure it's turned on. Maybe we need to get a different.
Maybe it's turned off and all my stuff will print right now.
Nope, it's on.
I printed that dang NACO thing at my house and it printed every sheet, front, back, 50 pages in blue. So I tried to print stuff last night at my house just so I'd have it today, and I was like, printer is out of ink. I'm like, of course.
Well, and I think if you're gonna print stuff at home.
No, it's all good.
Okay. I'll work on that printer profile or ask GCTS to work on that so that we can work out those bugs. It should be just a simple, find that printer, click on it and go.
Yeah, it's like, I want to print this resolution, for example. I have the hearing room MAC address. That one won't print. And I used to have
There should just be a link with the name of that printer on it.
yeah, it's like an M478F9F, I believe. Problem is, it's only popping up as a fax machine now. It's not showing as a local printer.
Huh.
But maybe it's because they took it off of the local network.
Might have, yeah, so it is the Pro MFP M479.
Yeah, so maybe I remember they were going to do that for Cindy to print.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I'll just select it off of the others list and see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, let me know if it doesn't work.
What brand is that printer?
HP. It should come up as a MFP M479. M479 FDW. I wonder if it would show up in mine. Do you? Direct F1 HP. If you click on, do you have something where you can look at your networks?
Like the local printers or?
Yeah, well, yeah, see if you have one that's direct-F1-HP. I'm wondering if you can just print to it wirelessly. If you connect directly to it, like under Wi-Fi.
Okay. Yeah, I see it there. What's the password? I need to wait until we sign off.
Well, I'm guessing that's this printer. I'm not sure. Oh, you can email to print.
That works off and on also.
Okay,
We tried to do that a couple of years ago.
all right.
And then for the Mac, it's 10660133,
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
or maybe it changed.
Hey, Rob, we got the bond resolution up here that you printed.
Kevin printed that one.
Oh,
This is the MAC address.
Perfect.
CO 180357. The IP address is 10314204.
Okay, so it's a new MAC address. Okay, what was it?
CO
For the, what's the IP?
10.31.40.204.
Okay. It says it's setting up. Oh, is he locked out?
Somebody, oh, great.
Howdy.
How you doing, Ross?
Good to see you.
It's good to be seen.
Hey,
Hey, Tom?
how are you?
Lovely. How are you?
I'm not bad.
Unable
You
to
look terrible.
communicate with the printer.
Unable to communicate with printer.
All right,
I'm working
well,
real hard.
You look like you're working hard.
How's it going?
Thanks.
So far, so good.
Good.
all right, let me see if I can't get that
I'm doing
worked out
great.
for you, Rob.
Yourself?
Good, good.
Glad you're here.
Frustrates me. I don't like to tell TS I can't get something to work.
Yeah, no, it's legit though. It's legit. It's kind of a thing.
You have anything for me?
We're still working on a deal out there at the port.
Okay.
So Kevin's kind of taking the lead and working.
Oh, nice.
With the guys at the port, so trying to get a deal done. So,
Okay. Super.
uh,
Well, you know how to call me.
We have some forward momentum. It might be slow, but we're moving
forward.
We're moving forward.
All right, that sounds good enough. Where do you want me?
Wherever you would like.
Wherever, wherever I can find, huh? That isn't for me?
No.
Okay.
All right, it is 11:01 a.m. and we are here with our coroner for our coroner's office update.
Is this being recorded?
Yes,
It is.
we can go an
You can find it
executive if you would
on,
like to.
Well,
share.
I wanted to go over some of the drug results and some of the things that we have in our office, and if I speak specific about a case, I guess I'd rather not.
We
that
can go to executive session if
It doesn't matter. If we get to that point, maybe we can do that.
Okay.
What do you want to hear from me?
Well, you have a booklet,
I do. So,
kind of excited.
hot off the press, I ran out of paper, so somebody's gonna.
We'll share it.
We'll
You'll
share.
have to share. Sorry, Cindy.
I can sit with Kevin.
And I can send an email as well.
We would print some for you, but we can't figure out how to print.
Yeah, I did that as I was walking in. Can't communicate with the printer.
I can take that one.
Here, I'll just go, let's go half and half. You read the first half and then I'll.
It's something that I just brought for you to look at. What this is, our county participates in a statewide survey, I guess you would call it, on how drugs are affecting the coroner's offices throughout the state. Probably do you mind if I come up there for a minute, Rob?
Yeah, you're good.
One specific page, and then I'm just gonna let this go and you can, what this is, this says the same thing in a lot of different ways. Shows a map of where the drugs are.
So we basically have like 3,700 drug-related cases you can confirm. Is that what it was?
So what this is it shows overdoses per county. I don't know if you can see that. Cindy.
Okay, yep.
Per county, and this is from February to February. So we're on this team is created by a grant that hopefully continues, that we participate in, that shows a year-long study. So this is the first full year. And now it's going to go March to March, April to April, and so far. But it shows how many drug-related deaths we've had in this period of time compared to what the other counties are having.
Where are we at right now? I don't have my glasses on.
Per year,
Okay.
We're at 35.
35. This morning,
I didn't know we had colored copiers.
oh, thank you. And I'm sorry I only did one pretty one.
You need one?
No, that's basically what I want to show you, is that all those things are pretty self-explanatory, but it gives you some information. This morning, we investigated our 10th drug overdose case of the year. 7 of those cases have had fentanyl. And we've got one other that's a probable drug overdose. We're waiting for things to come back. We share this drug-related information with INET, which we work pretty close with. And I will say, a couple of years ago, your commission allowed us to get a Randox machine. Cindy, I don't know if you remember that. You
What's a red box? What is that?
You allowed us to have funds to buy this machine that analyzes blood.
Okay.
We have 13 in our state that have it, and our county is lucky enough to have one of them. And because of that, we work directly with INET, and we can give them drug results faster than waiting the right now 94 days for Washington State Patrol to come back with their cases. So just so you know, I feel like that was a great investment for the county. What it does for live numbers that we get now. Outside of those drug-related deaths, which is probably 11 so far this year, we've investigated 99.
Well, you said there were
deaths.
10 cases. There's 11 cases.
Well, there's 10 that we've had and 1 suspected.
Okay.
We're waiting for the results of that one.
Okay.
So probably 11. 99 deaths that we've investigated so far this year. 82 of them have been natural. We've had 1 homicide, 1 suicide. 4 that are trauma related, usually vehicle fatalities. 1 fire death. And that kind of gives you a little bit of a
And you said 88 natural?
82 natural.
82.
Yeah. So 99 total deaths investigated so far this year. 82 of them are natural. The others are either
One
homicide.
suicide, 4 trauma.
Yeah,
Oh, what was the
one
homicide?
suicide, 1 homicide.
I couldn't write fast enough. to keep
Sorry,
this.
and
No,
I
you're good.
I just jotted these things down.
So last year we had 19 suicides in Grant County. I thought we were closer to 12. We kind of had an uptick.
We did. In fact, our average in Grant County is 12. And so, well, you know how averages go. But, yeah.
Well, we've only had 1 suicide this year. We're doing pretty good.
Yeah,
I
that's,
mean, one
that
too
means we'll,
many, but
yeah, we know how those averages go, so.
Are you able to catch the fentanyl within, don't you have 24 or 48 hours to catch the
Yeah,
fentanyl?
fentanyl and core fentanyl has a real short half-life. And so again, this machine that I was talking about does help with that because we'll run those in the middle of the night. We'll do them immediately. And so, yeah, we're able to do that.
Are people able to contract with you to do that faster? Any surrounding counties or?
So, there are surrounding counties that we have helped with this. Chelan County is the closest one to us. Chelan County has one and Spokane County has one. And so it's kind of right now, depending on like Lincoln County, is it easier for us to go to Spokane to run this? Tri-Cities, they'll come up occasionally to run one. And usually what happens is these tests have a pretty short expiration time. And so we'll let these counties know, yeah, we've got one box that's gonna expire day after tomorrow. Right now, it's not likely we're gonna use it, and if you wanna come up and we'll run a test for you, that kind of a thing. So we don't do anything as far as a contract other than a handshake.
How much is a
Help the
box
guy
run
out.
out? What's it cost to run a test?
Around 40, I think they're around $42 a test.
So I'm curious on the fentanyl, because I've just heard that some people have died of fentanyl overdoses where it's a surprise to the family that they're not fentanyl users, but somehow it was laced in something,
Yeah.
maybe it's a marijuana or.
Absolutely.
You finding that?
So what's happening, if you look on, let me show you the sheet that I want to refer to, if you don't mind. Can I-
Yeah, sorry, I'm just putting populations on the numbers.
Right here, on page, whatever this is. There it is.
Okay, about 8-ish. Okay.
Oh, I lied to you, it's the one before that. It's the one with the big blue, sorry, Cindy. That's the one.
Okay.
You'll notice the big blue one here is fentanyl. The darker blue one is methamphetamine. What is interesting to me is about 5 years ago, heroin was the big blue one. And now heroin is here. A little slice
Very,
there.
very little of it.
Yeah. So, I mean, things are changing. But what we're finding is
Yeah, it's 0.6 now.
amazing.
So is fentanyl laced into heroin? And you're
No,
just
I'm
reading?
saying that heroin is going away. It's
Yeah,
too
no,
expensive,
Oh,
I'm
too
guessing.
expensive.
Yeah. The typical story we have, and I would say 90% of the time, if it's not suicide, if they're recreationally using methamphetamine, they've got these blue pills that are coming up from Mexico. They're heating up foil, putting the pill on the foil, smoke comes off of the pill, and they use a straw to inhale the smoke from that pill. Well, they think that it's methamphetamine. They're wanting a methamphetamine high, but there is fentanyl mixed in there. And we haven't done the test, but we've been privy to the tests that if you take a pill bottle that had 10 left, 2 of those might have fentanyl in them enough to kill 3 or 4 people. But 6 or 7 of them may not have any at all. So it's just kind of a surprise of what's happening. These people aren't dying because they want to be dead. They're dying because they want to get high on methamphetamine, and it's got fentanyl in there that
Okay, so it is.
The lab
but
isn't
it still
producing.
is not, it's pretty hardcore.
yeah.
But not
And
as
it doesn't take a
focused.
lot of fentanyl. I mean,
So what do they say, like 3 grains, 2 to 3 grains? I took a class on it, or like a
Okay.
training, is okay, but 5 will kill you. And it's like the sugar packet that you get, on the, when you get your coffee to pour it in, there's like 2,000 or 5,000 doses, something like, in that.
Yeah.
And like you're making cookies, some cookies
Yeah.
have more chocolate chips.
I can tell you've taken a class. Yeah, that's
Yeah, and it was just like,
that's a
you're
good
like,
comparison.
How do they not know? But it's
It's in a pill
mixture.
form. They're pressing it in a pill. So
the person mixing this really doesn't care.
right.
No, it's not like they really know what they're doing. They're just
Right,
mixing
they're-
it on a table. And
Right, this
Pretty
is,
much
yeah,
what
this is not in a
Well, we're
pharmaceutical
talking about a
setting.
granule, you know, a sugar granule, like 2 or 3 are okay, but 5 will kill you. That is
Yeah.
such a small.
Yeah,
I don't know. The scariest thing to me is that when they're trafficking them in, I mean, other countries don't care what happens to Americans, Canadians, right?
right,
I mean, they could lace everything they send, and, you know, at some point.
Yeah, and it's cheap. That's part of, I think that's the reason we're seeing this pendulum swing from heroin and cocaine to methamphetamine and fentanyl. So anyway, I kind of wanted to cover a little bit about the drug-related deaths that we're having. Questions that you have, I mean, my time is up and I didn't get through everything I wanted to talk about, but the status of the new coroner's office is one thing I wanted to chat about. I drove by, and I probably should stop doing this, but I drove by Ernie's truck stop, and there is a piece of property that's next to that, that's kind of by that old small engine repair place. Are you familiar with that, Kevin?
They wanted 600,000 for it.
Oh, you've looked into it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's on the market anymore.
Yeah, there was a sign out there. And then there was another indication of across the street from that was state-owned property.
That's state-owned and it's leased only.
Oh, at lease only, okay. All right, I'll go back to my first comment. I probably should just stop doing that.
No, that storage property, I think that, I mean, to me, I would like to see it be in that spot. I'd sent that to Tom 2 months ago. I think Kevin had shared it with Tom a month or so ago.
Yeah, there was a piece of paper there that said that it had been approved for storage, but it looks.
It was so old though, actually, like the storage plans don't even apply. Engineering was outdated. You'd have to redo it all. It was just something the guy was trying to sell it for more with the stuff.
Coming back and forth here.
So is that where the old car wash used to be?
Yes.
Back there by Sherry's?
Yeah, I mean, it shows, I mean, this stuff is just laying in the weeds. And it's got that sign that looks.
Well, it's a new sign.
Yeah.
Why don't you skip on down to, well, you can watch it, down to Tom, Tom just likes
I don't mind skipping.
and then ask him about it, because we
Okay.
haven't signed anything.
Hey, he's probably gonna roll his eyes at me. 'cause
He was
he's
kind of
probably-
frustrated with me about it because he was like, I don't want to play, you know, rabbit hole property search. And I was like, this property is listed at a price less than we offered the school.
Then we could keep our piece. for-
The nice thing about this is it has that 17 and 90 corridor that is just, I mean, that's where we
Well, and
pass,
you're by
that's
the
where
high
we
school,
go.
hospital.
Yeah, and we're in that area. And I'm not gonna complain.
No, go
we
visit
need
with Tom,
something.
because he was just here.
And I know if I talk to Tom, he might roll his eyes at me looking at that, but,
Well, he'll be happy to see you.
It's a good spot.
okay. My time's up and I'm
Under
sorry.
offer.
Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to run to,
Just give me 5 minutes and I'll tell you where it's at.
oh, okay. And I don't know how to get on and look at all that stuff, so it's just strictly
Well, we have an expert here.
Wasn't listed with them before.
yeah, Kevin's the expert, so.
Yes, he is. Well, while Rob, do you want to go ahead and start with our mailroom update? While
Yeah.
Kevin's looking, you can stay here.
Okay.
Good morning, it's 11:17 a.m. We're going to roll into our mailroom update. Any exciting new news out of the mailroom?
Nothing crazy, nothing really, so, just mail, just moving stuff, so. But,
How many personal packages are being delivered to the courthouse currently?
yeah, there's some pretty weird things coming in now. You know, I got, I don't know, FedEx and stuff delivers up there sometimes now. Like, all right, I'll take them. You know, I know where they go, so whatever helps them.
Send my Amazon to the courthouse.
Well, we kind of halted that because people were sending their dog food in very large packages to the courthouse,
Yeah.
and then our personnel,
Get
our
anything
employees,
like that lately?
we're hauling them around, and finally we said, no, you have them sent to your home, or?
No, I haven't gotten any of that lately. I've been getting stuff that goes to like they want to deliver it directly to the office, but the person can't find the office. I'm like, I'll take it. You know.
Is it one person?
No, it's just one person from USPS, I think. They'll just come up there and they'll leave one box. I'm like, okay, well, I know where this goes. So,
Okay.
you know,
Oh, I
I'll
was
take it
just
from you.
thinking one employee, but it's kind of a random. mix
Yeah,
of
it's just a
employees.
random. They come up every once in a while. They knock. I'm like, all right, I'll take your box.
Mhm.
You know, so
Okay, so it's pretty minimal.
yeah, it's very
Okay.
nothing personal coming in and out. So
Okay. Yeah, we had quite a, especially at Christmas time. It's crazy. Okay, we did visit with Thomas down here with TS, so they're gonna visit with Decorah because everything's kind of been in flux of.
yeah,
So I know they want you to help up in TS, so I think it should be happening sooner than later, so.
okay,
Hopefully we'll, and I'll address it with Decorah again today, because we were trying to figure out, we don't necessarily want to make the mailroom full-time, because it's not a full-time position, but somehow add that additional time on to.
So would you want to make like a totally second position as well?
I don't know,
or-
because we have to do whatever HR recommends, so if they recommend, making that a longer day.
Okay.
Because we have employees like in our office, they work, a little bit for this part, their day is divided out, or their salary with the different, like tourism, the BOCC.
Yeah.
What are the others? Board of E, so it could be something like that.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure, that we have that whole situation. Like if we're dividing it into two, like a totally separate job.
Yeah, it would
separated
probably,
from-
you would probably get, you would definitely get like one check. It would just be
Yeah.
like 70% mailroom, 30%.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I think it's just working that out, and we meet with Decorah again. It was just, I think, getting everybody on board. So we feel like I've been doing bumper cars, hitting this one and then hitting that one and then bringing up around. So we should be nailing that down. So I don't know what it's going to end up looking like, but I'm assuming it'll be like a 70-30 or 65.
That makes sense.
So I want you to
Whatever
know,
they need.
it's been a month, but I'm working on it.
No, it's okay. Well, whatever they need,
Okay.
I'll
That's
I'll
really
get the
all I have.
certifications for it. So,
Kevin, Rob, do you have anything else?
anything else?
No, I think just mainly give me some more hours.
Sweet. Well, I think that's all I got for you guys. So, thanks for.
No, grab that sheet. It's an expired listing, so.
Okay.
I'll go grab it for you, and then if Tom wants to go down that road, I'll contact the agency. What their plans are, if they're gonna put it back on the market.
Okay, so it's currently not for sale.
The listing's just expired.
Oh, okay.
So it still could be on the market, they just.
It was for sale for like 3 years.
Yeah.
I looked at it twice.
Okay. And I don't want to push this. I was just
It would be a
something
good
that I
spot.
noticed.
It's a good
And
location,
I'll take your,
price is close.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, you're the professional on this.
Well, I mean,
Comes to this.
it would be a good location.
Yeah.
Especially for you.
How
What
does
was
it
the price?
compare to what we're looking
It
at
was
now
6,
as far as the
but
effects of the county?
I think it's worth less than.
Do you want to pursue the trade out of the port because it's more advantageous for the county and I ought to just shut up and go along? Or is this something that you're going, we're okay either way, let's check this out first? What's your?
I don't know, what do you think? I mean, I think we're okay either way. Really.
I don't think it's more advantageous to do the trade. I think
Okay,
it's more advantageous to the port and just the relationship with the port.
okay,
I don't believe that that's an advantageous trade for the county at all.
okay.
I mean, I like the idea of keeping you at I-90-17. I don't necessarily like the location. I kind of got to the point where I'm just on board with whatever to get what you need before you don't have a space.
You don't like the location of the one he's checking on? Or
No,
you
I
don't-
like the location by
Oh,
I-90.
Okay,
I don't like the idea of not being close to I-90.
Yeah.
Because some of the ideas with that bigger space, potentially adding some staff and doing some other counties, helping them out, create some more revenue maybe.
Yeah.
So I would I like the idea of being at the cross.
You just want me to walk with you and?
Yeah, I'll give you that printout if you want.
We'll go to recess until 10:30.
How to get a hold of me?
11:30. Good morning, it is 11:30
I don't want to
a.m.
complicate your world is what I was getting at.
We need to promote Jim Nelson.
It's already
complicated.
I don't see any of them yet. I did try to promote Jim.
I just, give me a call when you're done.
Hey, we're gonna talk about funding for your
Oh,
more here,
okay,
so.
I'll sit right down.
Just FYI, Craig, your chair looks like it could be raised
He
a little
is
bit.
now a panelist.
We can raise them. There you go.
Oh, nice.
We'd like to give you the.
Oh,
little
now you're
ones.
taller than me. Wait a minute.
Get over there, Craig looks awfully little.
All right.
So this is, me and Jim were talking about this morning, about how long.
Jim, are you able to hear and see us?
Yes. Good morning. Nice to see you all.
Okay, so we are here for a DA Davidson Limited Tax General Obligation Bond Financing Resolution Adoption Meeting.
Commissioners, I forwarded you an email that Jim sent about 15 minutes ago.
Different from what I have
This is our
already.
dog and pony show for this weekend or this Friday.
Well, Jim and I discussed some numbers, and so he's sending in different numbers where right now our revenue projections for at least the next 2 years at 5% sure don't look like, with the turmoil going on, that we're gonna reach that. So we wanted to reflect in the next 2 years, a reduction in expectations of revenues coming in, and that impacts our cash flow, our amount of money that we'll need to tap from the regular sales tax or from reserves. But this is not the spreadsheet. So Jim will be sharing that spreadsheet of what we discussed.
Isn't this the one we just?
No, this one, okay, the spreadsheet I gave you was easy to print. So I made you, so I printed it up. There was 2 tabs on the email he sent on February 26th.
There was one sent this morning.
And then he just sent one this morning where we talked about making some alterations to the jail debt financing to spread the negative balances over a certain time period.
So when you say with the turmoil,
What's going on within the world right now with unknown in the markets?
Sure.
Yeah, the markets don't know how to price this out.
Okay.
What's going on right now? Okay. We don't know if it's a beneficiary to us, negative to us, or we don't know. We don't know if there's an impact. And so, but the sales tax, we're seeing a lot of things happening locally that makes me not want to think 5% is a reasonable number this year.
Well, 5% was conservative the first time we did this, right? So.
Yeah, right now, the numbers are coming in slow. Well, countywide, we're still under 3% right now countywide.
Wow.
So we're not moving as quickly.
Okay.
And then
Real quick, Jim, we see you're trying to share your screen and then it comes down. Are you?
Yeah, could you share it, Barbara?
Caitlin, I think I emailed it to you.
Oh, there's a sharing key.
And then right after I'm done explaining it, then we'll go into the bond resolution. I believe. I think Cynthia Weed or Carrie Solis will be joining us in a few minutes. So as Barbara's pulling that up, as you all know, Daryl's always on top of things. So he was asking me some questions, and I immediately went to our bond trader today. And the bond trader always says he hates to make predictions, but he said what the current thinking is that with the price wars going on and the talk of tariffs, that will slow the economy down, and that will likely, drop interest rates a little bit. So I think your timing could work out really well as far as pricing these bonds. And then he was just saying some of the things he's reading now is, yeah, we'll see us slow down the economy for about the next 2 years, and then hopefully see things rebound and get strong again. So, it's interesting. Daryl's always a step ahead of me. So we just talked earlier today, and he said, okay, let's assume a more conservative growth rate in 2025 and 26, right there in that 2-year window. And so instead of assuming 5%, we're assuming 2% in 2025 and 26. And then the other thing that Daryl and I were talking about is, we used to have a first principal payment in 2028 at $715,000, but then that creates a deficit of $507,000. So if we lowered that like by $365,000 and then drop that down to 2033, then that cash flow is better. And so this model is looking at it purely from the standpoint of the 0.3% sales tax covering the 2022 jail bond, and now this 2025 jail bond. And, for the most part, it's cash flowed well, but now we're getting into this unknown of what will the next few years look like as far as assumed sales tax growth. And then you can see you do have some deficits there in red, but then I believe that, Daryl, you have some surplus monies you've already collected from the criminal justice sales tax that would offset that. Is that correct?
Well, we have the fund that has
12 million in it.
12 million in it.
Okay.
So the question is, how much can we use during the lean years? Carryover balances to pay the difference. So I was focused on, the first year, the 861, it's hard to play with that number. But I was trying to focus on having around 500,000 for the next 3 years. So it's more budgetable. You just need to know that we're going to be tapping the reserves for 500,000 for this purpose. And then we get to, hopefully, sales tax bounces back again because of the diversity of our economy. And then we go back to the 5%. I don't know that. Okay. And then we go back to our 5% projection for the rest of the years and see the pluses. Plus, we also, and then Jim and I talk about, okay, because this was at 715, and so this was 800,000. So we shifted and took the 365,000 out of that number and shifted it to a time period where we think investors are more appreciative and more in demand of a time period. So we're not spreading the 365 over the length of the item of the years. We're just shifting it down 5 years to a place where it's demand. And so that's why we have the 1.275 million as a projection of principal to have, but then we obviously have the cash flow to pay it quicker, and then having it just spread over all the years.
Sure.
So we're just looking at what does the investors want, and let's give it to them, so that who's going to be giving their bids for our debt. So that's why we stick there, and this then leaves still 3-year interest only period.
Yeah.
And gives us, I'm focused on this, but of course the negative balance, you have that maintenance fund that's based on principles of assuming a net positive.
Right.
And so all those months, so I don't know if that's really the intent to have those zeros, or because you get much better benefit down the road.
Well, you get much better benefit down the road. So I looked at that, and obviously there's a 5-year period where we won't see that 5% revenue surplus added to this equipment maintenance fund. But if you look at that, if we occupy the jail in 26, you're talking about 2030, 2030 that we start to see revenue again?
Yes.
And
well, actually, we'd be on still negative 120.
Right.
And then after that,
yep.
We still.
So we'll still, well, it's not that. So we will have already had, 100 and whatever this actual number was, I don't remember off the top of my head, 4 years of growth in that fund just sitting there. We shouldn't have to tap this until we're at, 2035, 2040. Realistically, we shouldn't even have to touch that until they've been in the jail for 10 or 15 years. We should have, the whole purpose behind that is so that as we start to get failures of equipment in the jail, we have a fund to pay for it that doesn't impact current expense, because current expense doesn't fully fund all of the maintenance needs we have now.
And you also have this equipment placement fund.
Which I was actually willing to give up for a few years if it helped with that. But that doesn't start until, so. That's something, depending on, you have a good preventative maintenance program, and you've got good facilities that are taking care of it. We've got good equipment going in there. We might have a really nice bank account, if everything operates as it should. So there might be opportunity to take some of that money and help pay down some of that
And
later on.
while that's consistent, you can see the growth big time.
Yeah,
over time.
at some point, because there's no, on that bond, there's no sunset clause. That 5% revenue just continues to grow as the county grows. And at some point, some commissioner is going to have to decide how we manage that fund, because it's 25 years down the road, it's going to have $15 million in it,
Big facility though.
Yeah.
So looking at the surplus remaining for operating costs, I mean, that's gonna eat up that 12 million bucks.
Yes.
Because you got $1 million a year in going into correction pay currently.
Yes.
Of that money. So if you look at that, and then you've got your shortages, plus your years that you're at 300,000, 300,000, 740, 830. It's gonna take about 12 million if you were just looking at the reserve to cover those shorts and wages during that period.
Yeah.
So.
And one thing to consider, I can work with Daryl and look at the years 2029, 30, and 31. Yeah, well, let's see. Yeah, 31. We could lower those respective principal amounts, which then would lower those deficits further and spread those payments out if that would be something you'd feel more comfortable with. But I was telling Daryl, I think the beauty of the structure that you selected to finance it over 35 years, spread those payments out, it puts less pressure on the cash flow and the assumptions. And then if you do, these bonds will be callable in the 10th year or anytime thereafter. And it could be in the future that you may refinance these bonds, but it also could be that you would look at, some of those surpluses that are projected and go, oh, okay, let's convert this 35-year financing into a 30-year financing or a 25-year financing. So you've got that flexibility. But from my experience, what you don't want to do is all of a sudden, be too aggressive on the growth assumptions and then finance it for a short period of time, like 10 or 15 years. And, basically double those payments, more than double them. So by going out 35 years, you're spreading those payments out. It cash flows better, and it's just more of a conservative approach, and it gives you flexibility for the future.
So yeah, okay, if you add up those negative numbers, that's about $2.6 million that you'd be tapping out of reserves over this 5-year time period. And then you have the $1 million per year. So
Now this 60 million, this does not include the 6 million for the morgue, correct?
Nope.
That's on the next worksheet.
then we have this worksheet to talk about how long we want to commit to. The shorter you are, the better the interest rate, but the higher the payment. And then it's a matter of what are you willing to dedicate each year to pay that payment? How much are you willing to do? And then we decide on how long that goes.
Barbara, do you mind clicking on that other worksheet says yeah, there you go. So there you can see it's 10.6 years, 12.6 years, 15.6 years, and you can see the average annual payment for each scenario. And then you can see what the estimated net borrowing cost is with those shorter terms.
Is Caitlin saying that Cynthia's available to be on?
She is on right now.
Okay, she is on, okay. All right. Yeah, so that's the thing is if the shorter you are, the better interest rate overall is just how much, what was the fund we're dedicating to this? Were we dedicating the 133 economic enhancement bill? Were we dedicating REIT 2 or REIT 1? And do you want to be level with the 660 level? And these aren't the number, 650 level, 575, or 500,000.
So what do we have left on the fairgrounds bond?
I don't have that.
We have the fairgrounds bond, and we also have that remodel.
Well,
6-8 million remodel.
you mean the courthouse bond? I'm not sure what we have left on the courthouse bond. I'd have to look that up, the 308.
Yeah, I didn't bring in all those spreadsheets.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, I just was
That
trying to
helps paint a
determine
picture
here,
of what-
you're gonna have to, when we incur this, you're gonna have to budget a certain amount for annual debt payments out of some fund or funds. And how much are you gonna tap from those funds? And of course, the more you tap, the better the interest rate, the shorter the debt. So, but if we look at the same view of the morgue like a jail, that we're going 35 years plus because we want all the taxpayers of now and the future that'll be sharing in the cost of this. You could say the same argument for the morgue. This is not a taxpayers of now have to pay for it and then the rest get off easy. You could, the longer you go, the more you spread that responsibility of all taxpayers to that debt.
But the more you end up paying.
But you then then this amount if you go longer, it gets lower and lower
on the payment.
But the higher interest rate. So,
well, yeah, I mean, so at 10.6 years, you're looking at a total of $5.5 million, but on 15 years, I'm sorry, you're looking at 7.1 million. But it's 15 years, you're at 7.9 million, so, well, you're about 9, well, yeah.
850.
We just talked a lot about using REIT and different things for this. And the concern on like the Wasatch's kind of prediction in the next couple of years is REIT's gonna be a little thinner than it has been. So.
We have REIT, SIP.
So regarding, and REIT is based on local tax sales out in the county for our monies.
For property.
For property sales, which is expecting such residential, you have a few big farm sales and sometimes a large industry. But that would be based on the belief that residential sales are going down. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know that that's happening in our county, but
It's happening
maybe,
elsewhere.
maybe in larger counties like King County and Pierce and those counties, maybe it's slowing down quite a bit, but.
These taxing districts that people are talking, like, I think it's called a TIF, I think. Or would those negatively affect us if those?
Not on real estate excise tax. Yeah, no. And most of it's in the city anyway. But it does have a property tax. Does have a major property tax impact, and then I have some new information on that. That's not a topic of this meeting that I just learned yesterday.
Good news or bad news, Daryl?
Well, it's bad.
It's ongoing.
It's bad.
I know, he would have announced it if it was good news.
So I'll just jump in. Daryl, one other point, I just called up the last rating presentation. So you have outstanding the 2014, 15, 16, and 17 bonds. That includes the MAC debt. So it's interesting to note that in 2027, this is not including the 2022 first series for the jail bonds, but the ones I just named off, 2014, 15, 16, and 17 bonds. Starting in 2028, those payments drop by about 800,000.
In 2028, 800.
In 2028, and then in 2036, it drops by another roughly 450,000, and then they mature in 2038.
Okay, so the MAC bonds, we really don't pay for those. That comes out of their account, so it doesn't impact. I mean, if they didn't pay it, we would be responsible for it. But do you know what, excluding the MAC, what it is when ours term out?
I'll have to follow up on that, but I'll do my homework and I can get you an answer within 2 days.
Okay. Well, I think Mac, well, we can walk upstairs because I think Mac had a 6 or an 8 and a 2, if I remember.
Also, our call provision for the jail, could that, it's kind of hard to finance a call provision for these lower amounts. So should there be a coordination of the call provision on both debts together? So if we have better interest rates for the rest of the time period and we do it, that we can impact both?
Yeah, we can look into that. From memory, the 2022 are probably callable December 1st, 2022.
32.
Or sorry, 32, yeah. And then this bond issue for the second series for the jail would be callable 2035. So you're wondering, Daryl, to put a call date of 2032 on this 2025 issue, make it an 8-year.
It's gonna be more cost effective to, if we're gonna call one, we call the other. Well, maybe not, because it's shorter. It's apples to oranges.
Yeah, and it could potentially raise the interest rate a little bit because it's a 8-year call date versus a 10-year call date. The market expects kind of the standard practice is to make the first 10 years of a bond non-callable, not prepayable. But then sometimes we get into circumstance. So I'll check with our bond trader on it.
Right, okay, so these debts are the 12 and the 15 have a 10-year call on it factored in? Or is it strict no call? So if, because based on the lower principal amounts, I'm not sure call really benefits on small dollar amounts. So what if we just made it a non-callable issue?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. You want to, you always want to make a bond callable, prepayable, and to put a 10-year call date on there doesn't, in essence, cost you anything because that's what the market expects. It's only when your call date is shorter than 10 years. Sometimes, you can hit a certain market and investors will go, oh yeah, I'm fine with an 8 or 9 year call date. But we just ran numbers for another entity. They were looking at a 5-year call date versus a 10-year call date, and putting a 5-year call date added about 0.5% higher borrowing costs. So 50 basis points.
Okay, yeah, we need to get to the rest of the meeting. I gotta stop asking questions and let you do the thing you're supposed to do in this meeting. So just wanted you to think about that because we need to decide on that, how much, what time period for the morgue. So I need you to think about these 3 numbers and see what you're wanting to do. But let's do the rest of the meeting.
Well, I think it's still part of this meeting.
Okay, because you were gonna approve the resolution. And is your resolution flexible, saying up to the number of years? Yeah, because I think you did the 35, I think your resolution said about 38 years.
38 years.
Right, so
you're taking my whole speech, Daryl.
Okay. So today you don't have to decide on how long for the morgue. but you need to decide that quick. So they can start preparing for those parameters.
Does that pause mean you want me to start
Yes.
introducing the resolution? Okay. The action item that you have today, you have a resolution before you today. And the resolution is number 25019-CC. The resolution is relatively long. It's 30 pages, as only a lawyer can make something very simple sound, because the resolution itself is actually pretty straightforward. You're authorizing a borrowing and you're promising to pay it back with your full faith and credit. That's the essence of the whole ordinance. Now, it may be 30 pages, but forgive me, it is double spaced, but at least 80% of it, if not more, probably 90% of it, is dealing with state law, federal tax law, and federal securities laws. But your obligation is a fairly straightforward obligation. You're not paying for it necessarily out of revenues, but potentially taxes and all other legally available funds. Now, the resolution itself, because you're hearing a lot of options, the resolution is a delegation resolution, which means that you are delegating to the treasurer, but the treasurer is seeking your advice and consent on how to ultimately structure this bond issue. So this resolution, and it also deals with the fact that, no surprise, our bond markets, like all other markets these days, is very volatile and could get more volatile, given everything that's going on that is outside of our control. And so the resolution has broad parameters. It authorizes up to $80 million in bonds. We have no expectation that you're going to need that much. The resolution sets other parameters. It sets a maximum interest rate. The maximum interest rate is 6%. Now, the numbers you saw don't show anything near that. And at this moment in time, we don't expect interest rates to jump a lot. There is talk about changing federal tax law having to do with tax exempt status. We don't currently expect that to happen, but we're trying to prepare for all consequences that might come out there. And the maximum term of the bonds is 38 years. And you're seeing that right now you have no expectation that you're going to need to go that long. So it is broad parameters, but this is exactly why the treasurer, Daryl, is giving you a lot of information so that you can help him make a judgment that is in the best interests of the county and your taxpayers. And so if and when you adopt this, which we are hoping it will be today, this will be the only official action that you need to take in order to cause the issuance of the bonds. After this, the decisions with respect to the structure and the sizing will be decisions that will be made closer to game day, that is closer to the actual sale of the bonds. And that is expected to occur within the next, with any luck, it'll occur within the next month. And but although it does extend and give you 180 days. So if things go really off kilter, you have a full 180 days to actually decide to go back into the bond market. And I'll take any questions, but as I say to everybody, I'm sure you would. I like talking more than you like to listen to me talk. So if you have any questions, I would welcome them. But otherwise, the action can be a motion to adopt and approve the resolution.
May I ask a quick question? Cynthia, this is Barb. I'm glad we got you to connect finally. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, I have the original resolution here for the commissioners to sign. So I just wanted to confirm on page 15 and back a few pages, there's blanks. Do we?
That where you're looking at page 15 is the form of the bond. It's blank and supposed to say blank. So go to the very end of the resolution. There are 2 pages. One has a signature line for the commissioners, and the second page is a signature line for the president of the commission. So go all the way back to page 30
Okay, yeah, the statement of insurance, I just wanted to confirm.
Oh, ignore that. That's all, that's that's the picture of what the bond will actually look like. It won't be a pretty blue paper or anything like that, but that's the bond that actually gets issued and sold. And we don't fill that in until we actually know the interest rate. So what you're looking for is at the back where we identify the chair and the two members of the commission. And that, I believe, is on page
31.
30. Well, that's on page 30, and the certificate is actually not a part of the resolution. That's for the clerk to sign. That's for you to sign. And that way we get a certified copy of the resolution. But that signature page, which is on page, at least on my page that I have right here, is on page 30 that identifies the commissioners. And if you would, make 3 copies of it and get them to sign 3 copies and make sure that you keep 1 copy for yourself. Just the signature page. And just those signature pages. You don't even have to return the rest of the resolution if you send the signature pages to us.
Perfect. 3 copies of the signature page and sent back to you. You want the originals back to you, Cynthia?
I want you to keep at least 1 original for yourself.
Yeah.
The second is kind of a spare. We used to give that to the underwriter, but effectively at least 1 copy comes to us, and be sure to keep 1 copy of everything for yourself, for your official records. The second copy you can send to us and we use it. But you don't, if you decided you needed 2, you could have 2.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
We need a motion. Can we do it now, or do we need to do it in consent agenda?
I advertised it as you're adopting it today.
Okay. Try to open mine here. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the adoption of the limited tax general obligation bond resolution 25-019-CC.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes to adopt a resolution number 25-019-CC as described by Commissioner Carter. So resolution has been approved, adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I like your partner there.
So the jail bond structure that we showed, I'm pretty confident that's the structure I want to do for the debt. Now we just hope for better rates so that the deficits are lower. And with the new assumptions for revenues for the next 2 years, for this year, next year. The one thing I need guidance again is how long do you want to go with the morgue? And that.
I really don't want to go, I don't want to go longer than 15 years. I would like to know, because I know our fare, that's what's hard to keep track, is we kind of like refinanced our fare when we did the MAC bond. And then shortly after that, I just don't know when it's up now. So we've got some coming off, dropping off, which would be huge.
I thought the fare was pretty recent. I'd have to go back on my computer. I didn't bring that with me today. I didn't expect that.
And it could be done, because we've got that and the remodel.
But yeah, but I will tell you, so just, on the 3 options here on the morgue, wanting to be the best steward we can and just going 10.6 years, we just use that as the baseline. Decided to go 12 years, it's going to cost you $286,000 more to build the morgue.
Yeah, I absolutely do not want to go more than 15. 35 years scares me.
Well, the difference between the 10.6,
yeah,
the difference between 10.6 and 15.6 years is, pushing $800,000. So it's.
Is there any kind of penalty for paying it off early, or can you do that?
Well, you gotta have a call, your call provision. And then because you're tapping other funds, this is not tapping the jail on revenue fund, you're tapping other funds to pay it. And so then if you want to use a payoff from some other fund, well, technically, no, I don't think the jail bond fund, no matter what, can be used to pay this. I don't know if we had it's not intended to be. The question is, does the language
Yeah.
for the possibility, even though we don't want to.
I think the language in the original bond was vague enough that it could, but I don't, the difficulty with the jail is right now we're running at a low budget, and we could have money left over at the end, but we just have to keep driving it that way, right? We have to try and drive it so that we have no surprises, because we're already banking on that to some extent, in this current bond at 60 million.
Yeah, I think the 133, the REIT, I think there's funding there that the 10.6 year.
How much did we put aside also? During budgets, I know we put a couple million aside.
In my budget line this year for the morgue, I believe I have 1 million.
And then I thought last year we put $1 million.
Well, they didn't roll it over, so it was still that 1 million. So it wasn't 2 million in there. It was just this year. And out of that, if we
account much different than I would account. I just want to say that again for like the 1,000th time since I've been here.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So we, out of that million, we have, some probable payment to the hospital. And then if we purchase this land, whatever that is, will come out of that. So,
How do we sell the other land to the port?
But we found another little.
It's a straight sell and use that revenue to pay for that. With the port, they want it, then buy it.
Another discussion there. And then the other thing to think about, so when we talk about the funds that we can use for the morgue, whether it's SIP and REIT, are there any others? Because the one thing to keep in mind is a lot of the departments use REIT for their, public works lately in the past couple of years has discovered they can use it for road projects.
Well,
and that just started.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, and of course, all of the capital projects for maintenance, almost 90% of them are paid.
Well, I think you could use law justice. I think this year, the last couple of years, we've been very generous on our budget.
Yes.
We told everybody, yes, I think it's one of these
correct.
days we're gonna have to pull in and go, just.
I'm just wondering of the percentages, how, what percentage of SIP and what percentage of REIT. So at 10.6 years, you're putting a $652,000 a year payment that's automatically deducted from those.
Yeah.
And then I think each year you just have to figure out the budget.
I think
What percentage out of SIP, what percentage out of
grows,
REIT.
and we have a lot of.
I'm starting to remember, I think we talked about strictly this money coming from the 133.
Economic enhancement, yeah.
Because we have a whole bunch of money in there and you've been spending it more, but it's still a big pot.
Yeah, and this is a good place for
So,
that money
and
to go.
then, as I believe if my memory serves right, as we discussed, is this appropriate thing?
Yeah, that's
Economic
not
enhancement of dead
wholesome
people, for
already.
dead people, yeah, so I think we focus it, and I don't think we have to worry about
We can do
REIT.
capital.
I think if we just do all out of 133,
Okay.
which has a larger balance than the 113, that's the grant
And it's harder
to all
to
the
spend it.
governments. I think that, and if you want to look at the 10.6, and that means you need to dedicate $650,000 out of that fund each year. And I think that's very doable. You just got to remember, if you have other requests out of that fund, you got to keep that in mind that you dedicated this amount.
If we had the ability to build up that fund with that 7.179 million, we can
Okay,
save.
so is that the direction you want to go?
Yes.
10.6?
If we're not taking too much, I still would like to know what we're taking out of the payments, the other bond payments. Well, let me look.
Yeah, well, no.
I just don't know when they end.
And to clarify, while you're looking
And
at
Jim
that,
said he would look in the next 2 days, so he'll follow up with that. I think we need to look at what the annual is in the last 5 on the economic enhancement. Probably check our REIT again, see if any budget was set aside, because I know that was a 23 and a 24 request during
They don't
budget.
roll
so
over. They don't
I'm
roll.
looking at my approved 2025 budget right now. And we were approved 500,000 out of REIT 1 and 500,000 out of SIP. That's what's in my
133.
That's what's in my 2025
Okay,
budget.
because
Did we
we're,
create a new budget for the morgue, or did that not happen?
I don't think
years ago?
I don't think we have an official budget, a morgue budget.
Because I thought we'd made that decision with Katie even, so. And then, see, when you say it doesn't roll over, I get it doesn't roll from 1 year to the next, but if you have a fund created with the money put into the fund.
Yeah, but I don't think we created a fund. Yes, correct, if we have a
Well,
fund created, but.
You'll probably want to have, when you have the debt proceeds come in, you'll probably have an amount going to a new fund for the morgue construction fund. And then we'll create a separate fund for the debt payment fund. And that's just a matter of where's the money coming from to go into the debt payment fund to pay the debt payment.
Daryl, can we run over the jail portion real quick since Chuck came in late to that? Just kind of showing how that deficit.
Jim, can you bring up the,
That would be me now.
okay. Barbara, can you bring up the big spreadsheet?
Cook on some numbers.
I think it's just important that they know about the 12 million reserve million a year in correction wages, and then that there's a deficit that's basically gonna eat the 12 million.
Yeah.
So our fair bond is 855,000, 2012.
Out of what fund?
I don't know. I'm just trying to track this down. That's all I have right now.
Had its own, yeah, its own fund. Well, I wasn't a part of that, so I just don't remember it that well.
Nope. Okay. I keep looking this way. Okay, what we had was in our debt schedule, we had, actually, this was 715,000, which was creating a huge 800,000 plus negative balance. And so while there's no way to get around the 861 for that year, we're trying to get a 500,000 draw out of the jail fund carryover balance for the next 3 years, and then drops down a lot more. We also had to, based on the economy right now, I pushed that we change our projections to from 5% to 2% for 25 and 26. So we changed those two numbers and created a new progression of 5% in year 3 for 27. So we reduced the amount of revenues coming in for this year and next year that are creating these numbers being bigger. And so what we did was this, normally what you do is if you go interest only or reduce your principals, you then just go spread it among all the years. Instead, we found that if we have a market of a lot of bidders, what year would it be? And we figured it'd be 2033 for what the market wants and is the one who bid on. So we took that amount we reduced here and put it all into that. So it's not spread over the years. So the interest rate effect will be a little bit less. And then of course we have a excess money that year. So we just wanted to not tap the fund that fast during those years. So that's the changes that we're focused on right now of how we're going to do the debt. And pay the debt over the time period, still focused on the same amount. Now it's just a matter of, we don't know what the market's doing right now and how the bidders will come out. And because there's one thing, other thing is they're talking about making the tax exempt municipal debt and making it taxable, which will really destroy our interest payments. But hopefully it's not retro to everything in the past, but just in the future. But that would make a refinancing very expensive.
I had those talking points down really well. I was cruising right
So
along with that.
we've already got agreements with all
to make
these
sure.
investors of this condition, and just.
So, and so I'm gonna tag on what he said, just talk in 30,000 foot view numbers, right? So, we had a GMP of 132 and soft costs of about 20%, where we came up with our $155 million number, okay? So if you know, 155 million that we have to plan on. Our original bond was 89.9 million. This bond is for 60 million, so that's going to put us at 149.9 million. So we're bonding for basically 150 million, but we're expected at 155, but we have 12 million that we've saved so far. So some of that is supposed to be used to cover that. Now we're running 9 million below budget, but we have to make sure we stay below budget. out of that 12 million, we've already tapped at $1 million a year for wage corrections. So the thing to remember is, as we go into this, there is nothing left in that 3/10 to tap. So, and we just all have to remember that, because we're gonna be, it's totally consumed with debt service payments for this, so.
So Daryl, out of the
Does
133.
that sound correct, Daryl? And
The 133 account, we have, if they call it a Transco bond fund, we pay 1,324,200. So it looks like two of them are put together.
at least until we have enough growth revenue.
That's what it's called. So it's got to be the two, the 8.
Okay, Transco Geo bond. Okay,
And that's all coming out of 133. I'm trying to find our, we can get our budget stuff email.
It's kind of crystal polished.
which is the revenue side?
You just
So
look at
it's
it, they don't really have it, it's the same amount. They don't have- I'm looking at that report.
That's taken right out of that 0.3%, whatever it brings in.
So
See, it's the same, we just.
Frank, you got all this?
Okay,
We can rely on it.
So let me
But
go
we
to
can't-
133 budget.
we can't always expect that.
It's not well
Hot
to go
money
to,
in there.
right? Because we have debt service payments on 2 bonds. And that's what the 0.3 was for.
okay, well,
So-
the first thing is my thinking was that the 133 fund.
We have a lot of money in there.
Well, but now it's been.
Right,
Not like-
year 5.
Because we're talking about the 5 nights money.
Yeah.
And
When we get the money, 4 nights go into the grant fund and 5 nights of the money from the state goes into
To
this.
5 to 2.
Because
Okay, so we're talking,
even this year.
if our
we're
actuals
behind.
were almost $2 million,
We're
I
below
keep
sales
thinking,
tax.
I'm thinking okay, our actuals, $2 million. And what you have is you have 1.3 dedicated.
So we have $499,585 approved for the Moore capital project out of that account.
So then what happens is, if you approve, say, the 10.6 year, then what you've done is, all the revenues for the year are dedicated bank debt. And the only thing you have left to use is the balance. So you would, in regards to tapping out, if you chose the 1.6, you'd be taking the 652 plus the 1.3, that's the 1976, which is, and your revenue is around 2.1. So most of your debt would be tapped just on the revenues. But again, you have a large balance in the fund. So then it's determining, is there other projects that you wanted to use this fund for in the future that would not come out of current revenues, that would be coming out of your carryover balance in the future.
Oh, do we have any big projects coming up?
Nothing, well, the only big
Better
projects we
not.
have
Well,
is the
remodel
Law and
and
Justice
that-
Building and
that
whatever we
money's
do with
there.
the future of that, right? So we're gonna have a,
And this fund technically would be an eligible financer of the debt for that, but you're tapping it. You've already dedicated already. So
And-
that wouldn't be a source.
and one of the things that we're trying to drive with LIDIG is, we're currently tracking about 9 million below budget. We're still trying to find savings. And we want to utilize those savings for whatever we end up doing at the Law and Justice Building. Because we don't, we probably won't want to bond again for another $20 or $30 million projects. We're gonna have to
I
see
think
just
we're
how
gonna
much,
be tapped out.
well, we're gonna have to see just how much money we've saved and what we can do with it. With the law, because we still have space needs here, and a lot of things to consider.
But we could use those funds from that over here.
I think we could.
Well, the resolution you just passed, it is the language on there, just say jail facilities.
Yeah.
Well, because a repurposing of an old facility, you have to use something to take down or something for the cost of the facility, current facility.
And for the future of the Law and Justice, we're open to a few more funds that we wouldn't have for the morgue. We could use Law and Justice funds. It's specifically for the Law and Justice Building and the courts. So there's other opportunities for funding, even though they might be small.
Plus, wherever this 1.3 million is being sent to pay debt, that debt is most likely not at the life of this debt. So it's shorter. It's possibly 5 years or less, and some maybe 2 years or less. I'm not sure. We have to figure out which debt payments are being made from this and when they end. And then, of course, then this amount is just.
Well, didn't he mention there was some payments dropping in 2028 of 800,000?
Yeah, it's just, is it coming from this fund or a different fund? Yeah, so that's the question. So, yeah, so we're only dealing with a tight revenues, all the revenues going to pay debt for 3 years, and then the squeeze is off. But we have all the money sitting in the account already. So it's, right, so actually it looks like we can do the 10.6 if you, with what we have, if you wish it so we can instruct Jim, I can instruct Jim to focus on that one. Do we want to go that, or do we want to do 12? Am I an auctioneer here?
I guess sooner pay it off sooner rather than later. It's me.
It's $286,000 in interest payments there and
$75,000 difference, we should be able to, for 2 years, find 75,000.
That's the last decision Jim needs. I believe that, Jim, that's
I think
the only
the
thing we
10-year,
need
10.6.
to communicate with you
Not 10
is
year, but 10.6.
a focus on the morgue and how long.
That's correct.
The structure we have, I like the structure we have right now. I just hope it's better numbers for what we, the last spreadsheet we did for the jail.
Oh, no, the benefits.
So.
Benefits is more, it's closer to 80, but it's close.
Okay, so 10.6 or 12.6?
I think 10.6.
10?
10, Rob, what are you?
10.
All right, Jim, you know, that's what we'll go for. And we have, and so we know where we want to pull the money from. And we just have to do a budget extension this year for that, for the first payment. And then just keep that in the budget for the future. And then there'll be, it'll be tight for the next 3 years. And then after that, we'll have, there'll be a lot more money in the fund in case you have other things you want to do.
Did we invite Mandy to this meeting? Because our decision is going to impact.
I think she's in Tyler.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's all I have. Okay, that was the decisions we need to make. This Jim needs to start now working with his people and try to sell us and get the best price possible. And we also have a preparation meeting coming up for the bond rating, where we need to talk about how great things are going in this county and sell ourselves. So we need to have that prep meeting. I can't remember that date of that, Jim.
Yes. So just to reconfirm, and I was talking with Barb, are the commissioners still available for a rehearsal meeting on March 18 at 1 p.m.?
Yes, sir. They are confirmed.
Okay, great. And then the formal rating presentation would be on March 21st at 1 p.m.
They are confirmed for that as well.
Excellent.
That's so tight.
We'll be good.
He's playing the biggest role. He just doesn't know yet.
Oh, boy. Did a dress rehearsal?
Yeah.
Well, the dress rehearsal, we got Fred Mayo coming, or?
Yeah, he
Okay.
confirmed.
So we need to really talk about what's happening and what things he can tell us, and I wish he could tell us. Especially with this tip and what it's supposed to do.
Anything else for this meeting? Good. Anything from you guys, Jim?
No, I think that covers it. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Cynthia.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Joined us.
That's the big message we have to remember.
We'll go into recess until 1 p.m. when we're back for the HR update. Good afternoon. It is 1:01 p.m. and we are here for an HR update. We have the quorum online and we have Gina with us, as well as Jonathan and Risk Coordinator Blair.
First part is the public comment. Do you want me to open that up for you?
Yes.
We have 2 call-in users today. We have Cami and Karen Medkey. You're being allowed to communicate. Would you like to have public comment this afternoon? There is none.
Do we motion to close public comment or do we just roll in?
Just roll it.
All right, well then, Gina, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners, and Decora's here as well.
I am. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Sounding good.
Oh, yeah, you know.
We are going to start with an executive session for personnel disciplinary matters. And about 10 minutes, Decora?
Yeah, that should work.
Okay, we're going to go in executive session beginning at 10:03, returning at 1:03, returning at 1:13 for personnel disciplinary matters, RCW 42.30.1101F.
5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Let's do another 10, just.
We're going to extend is it for disciplinary?
Same.
Okay, we're going to extend another 10 minutes back into executive session, returning at 1:24.
Thank you.
We were coming out at 1:24, but
Looks like
we're going to come out at 1:23 p.m.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay.
So more to go on that.
Yes, those topics. Fourth on the agenda is position management. We have 2 PARs for the board's signature. The first is for the new Development Services Director, Jim Anderson Cook. And the second is for Public Works, Jason Collins. Oops.
I picked up on that when Cindy was bringing this out. I'm like,
Well, I'm looking at
what
this
our
going,
time
I
is.
think we're out.
For Jason Collins, there are additional duties that were added. Required landfill reporting to Department of Energy, DOE, and Health Department in acquisition of the new landfill site. He will be overseeing all necessary permits. And so this part is adjusting pay to account for those additional duties.
Will you say his again? Because we haven't even started down that road yet, so we just go over that one more time.
Absolutely. So Jason Collins, there's a part for a wage reclassification.
What's it going from to?
15.7 to 17.5. It's about a $4 difference. Due to additional duties to include landfill reporting to Department of Energy, I'm assuming it's Energy, it says DOE, and Health Department in acquisition of the new landfill site. He will be overseeing all necessary required permits, ensuring that the landfill is compliant with state, federal, and county policies and procedures. This specialized position will better manage the day-to-day operations of the landfill and needs of the solid waste for the county.
Might be Department of Ecology, because I think that's where those
Oh, it could be.
Maybe.
But
I made an
think Sam
assumption.
was doing those reports, so it's probably something that.
It was part of the reorganization structure that Andy was working on and came and spoke to the board about. The board had approved it.
This one is for Jim.
I guess, Decorum, my only concern is that implementing positions before actions begin is kind of odd to me.
But if they're doing I think when Andy took over.
Yeah, but Andy didn't get a band reduction. So, I I don't know, it just seems weird.
Do you have any insight, Jonathan?
A lot of it is updating his job description, and also his role within the landfill has changed. The increases in the reporting to the DOE, the hours that it takes to review permits and to make sure that we're in compliance keeps increasing every year. So that the change in his job description was also there to better reflect the duties that he will be responsible for and managing. So it's not, yes, some of it will be carried over to the new landfill, but also it's also for current landfill management for compliance.
Yeah, and I apologize. The PAR says that he's going from a solid waste supervisor to a solid waste operations manager. Did this position go through PMRT and approved and all of that?
It did on 2-3.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna come through so quick. I still think that it's just weird. I mean, if there's a reduction on director, then that should be looked at also.
So do you want this PAR to be held for further discussion with Andy?
No, not necessarily. I just want to make sure that we're not just giving increases to give increases, and kind of what your guys' take is on it. I know we went over this a couple weeks ago. I didn't realize it was going to be so quick. So as far as I know, we don't even have a parcel selected for a new landfill, so.
Cindy, Kevin, any thoughts you'd like to share?
Just feel sorry for anybody who has to fill out Department of Ecology paperwork, and
I think his job description, his responsibilities are going up. Should be compensated.
I can support that if the job duties are actually taking place. And that's kind of my, I don't know, I guess there's yet to be seen is my concern, but.
So some of the duties that he has already been doing were reflected in the current job description, so that was updated as well in this one. And then the move to the operations manager. So part of it was to change the title
and to change structure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would just ask that HR kind of does monitor requests for changes before duties are being done. That's my
You
only
got it.
concern in Public Works with their chart.
Yep, we will monitor that.
Since I've been here, they've changed their chart a bunch of times. When Kirk was here, he always would stress that concern of, well, you hired me at X because of whatever, or you hired Chris or whoever the person is, Blair, at a price because of his knowledge. Don't just backfill the position and keep the pay because you had an expert spot. So I just concern on those types of things and just overlooking them and continuing on with not qualified people at wages that could get a better person.
Fair enough, and we will monitor that.
Thank you. Fifth item on our agenda is also position management. Yesterday, PMRT met. The first position for board's approval is going to be the building official out of the Development Services Department. Were there any questions about that position? I know, Rob, you weren't here. Just really quickly, building official went away in 2022. Chris took over those duties. Building officials' duties were then absorbed by Chris. Management went away. Jim is requesting to reinstate that position with supervisory duties. There was a comp study done. It fell at an NO3 band 18. And there were no issues going through PMRT. It's not in the budget, but funding is available.
Is it a new position or keep passing on to someone?
It's a reinstated position. So the duties never went away. Chris absorbed them. Jim is requesting that the position be reinstated as well as the managerial and other duties of that.
So is that going to a person?
It will be opened up, I believe, it'll be posted internally.
That is correct.
Yeah, my only concern in development services right now is that my number of phone calls on delayed things are higher than they have been in a couple of years. So yeah, we probably do need that position, but definitely watching the production as well.
Okay, any other feedback?
We must need it if we're 2 months out to get it on from that.
Yeah, we need it. It's just if things don't improve with that, then we need to make sure it's the right person in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, yes, moving forward on that.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Kevin?
Yes, ma'am.
Rob?
Yes.
Okay. Second position that was reviewed by PMRT yesterday is out of Renew. That is a controller. That is a new position with additional, there's an additional need from state agencies for reporting. It has added a level of complexity to grant management. Renew is requesting creating this role to allow for cross-training with staff to ensure coverage, as well as long-term succession planning, which will ensure that Renew has the necessary resources to meet the obligations of state, federal, and county levels. Job description was reviewed. There was a salary, help me out, Decorah. Compensation
review.
Done. And that one fell at I'm not seeing it on.
I think it's a 15, Gina.
Okay, band 15, and it is an exempt position. Any questions? It wasn't in the budget, but funds are available. And then Dell identified which funding source specifically he would be using.
I am a yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, almost done. Second to last is out of the fairgrounds. This is for 2 summer, so it's a total of 6. Total of 6, 2 seasonal employees for office and 4 for outside. These were in the budget and approved. Mandy pointed out yesterday that his budget reflects $50,000 for all 6 positions. And PMRT didn't have any other issues with these positions.
I did, I will add though, that if he has 6 seasonals, he will be over his budget, $5,440. So he may need to get a budget extension if he is able to hire the full 6 for the full season.
Thank you.
I mean, yes.
Me too.
Yep.
For all 4? For all 6? I apologize. Okay. Thank you. Next on our agenda is under budget, finance, and compensation, Lexipol policy and training program. Decorah, myself, and Blair participated in I always forget the word,
A demo?
Thank you. A demo to review Lexipol's policies. The sheriff's office is currently utilizing Lexipol for their law enforcement policies. And Belair had acquired some knowledge about Lexipol and their use of municipality policies. So we did that demo. I think all of us liked it for the most part. Anything you want to add?
So as most people know, Lexipol is known for their policies and procedures for law enforcement and fire. They just recently got into municipalities. The nice thing about them is they update, and when they send the updates, we can look at them side by side. They communicate and they're easy to read. We can send daily training bulletins out to our employees, and they'll be trained on our policies. And we can prove that they're taking the test and they're learning our policies. The nice thing is all our policies will talk to each other. They won't contradicate themselves. And if things change, we'll be able to update it. One thing that we didn't really like is, unlike law enforcement and fire, they update Washington law. I did send a message and asked, will Washington law be updated by Lexipol? The person we were using is Karen. She didn't come out and say it, but she did seem to imply that it is on its way. But they didn't say when it would be coming. But when Washington law is updated, Lexipol would do it. It's not now. So Decorah, you said there is a company we're currently using that lets us know when Washington law is updated.
Yes, we have a SHRM program that lets us informs of any updates in the law or the Washington state law.
So for the time being, we would have to update the Washington stuff until Lexipol does, but would be taken care of.
The commissioners have any questions? Decorah did print out, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead.
I think I printed out, or it was part of the packet, Gina, for all the information from Lexipro.
Okay.
That we can get to the board. And then I would think that it would come to consent next week. So you would have time to review that, ask any questions, and then move forward.
Would this encompass the sheriff's portion of it, or?
No, it would be, they already have their own, and so it's separate. This would be just for us. Just so you guys know, I did reach out to WCRG, our insurance company, and ask them about a possible under our credit from them on our insurance policy. They are looking into that and are highly considering doing that for us.
Okay,
so we could, so we can get a possible, just some discount on it. They're not saying how much, but it is a possibility. They are considering it for us.
And in the total pricing, the other component of Lexipol is a training university where they provide trainings. We were given access to their portal. I looked at one, it's pretty standard. And so if we bundled the training portion of Lexipol as well as the policies, we get a 10% discount. That would not include the sheriff's office since they're already utilizing Lexipol.
So the training is for the Lexipol, or what is the training for?
So the training is, it's a training, it's called Local GovU. And it would be available, and actually the sheriff department would have access to it, they said. So it's $32 a head is what they would charge us. So they quoted us at
550.
So the grand total for that was with tax $15,840 for just the training. So the grand total for Lexipol with the discount would be $21,414.60. And then there's an implementation, a one-time charge of $38,128.50. So with taxes and everything for the first year would be $59,543.10. And then you add
The training universe, I will be really honest with you, we don't utilize the training, because I know WCRG has training available. I don't think maybe a couple of times.
This is a better training program than what
Yes.
WCRG does.
Would we utilize it though?
The nice thing is we can send it out and set it up better.
Okay.
So
Yes, we can assign the trainings to managers, to employees. We can set it for an annual training. For example, sexual harassment training that should be done yearly. Our current system doesn't allow us to do that, and this would set us up for that.
Blair will implement training.
well, and the nice thing is we can have a new hire training program set up. So when we get a new hire, we just automatically put them in a new hire setup, and they have like 6 months to complete all of these trainings.
So it was required to go through the sexual harassment training.
Yeah, it is now. I had to do it when I got hired, so.
Yes, but it's not done every year, and it should be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
goodness. Okay, well, I think it would be great as long as it's implemented. We
Yeah,
just don't
and
make it
so-
something that,
yeah,
The other nice thing about the local GovU, which is the training component of Lexipol, is that you can create your own. So we're not limited to just what they create. We can create our own content.
and they add new ones every year too.
great idea, we'll utilize it.
Yeah. One of the thing is if we look and we're not using it, and let's say after a couple of years, we decide, hey, we're not using it, we can
Don't say things
cancel.
like that.
I know,
Right?
I'm just
We're
saying,
gonna-
we will be.
We need to.
We will be. That's my
We need to do
goal.
training.
That's my goal as risk manager. We're going to be doing this. And I'll working with
Another
HR.
duty added to your title that you're creating.
Okay,
Implement the trainings.
got it.
We will be doing it together.
Absolutely.
The other thing that all these trainings can be tied to an employee's annual review, which I think is beneficial. It makes it more solid data.
Yes. Okay, any other questions by the board? As Decor mentioned, we can send out the packet for your guys' review this week. And then I think, Decora, I heard you correctly that you would be putting it on consent for next week?
Yes, that would be my intent, yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to forward the packet to them?
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if, yeah. Any questions from the commissioners so far on that? Okay. Also part of budget, finance, and compensation, we, Decora had worked on the RFP for the compensation study that did generate one interest. And that I do have copies of, so I'm going to pass that out. So this company is based out of Washington. Total cost, and I just saw it written down.
249, no, 230, 400.
Yep, is gonna be the total cost for the type of work that we had advertised for. Are the commissioners still interested in participating in this?
Yes.
Process? Okay, I heard one yes.
So then Rob,
Pretty spendy. We probably need to do it.
we have promised this for 2 years now.
Yeah,
So
and
Cora and Gina have taken the reins, HR, to move forward on it.
yeah, really, the credit goes to Decora for picking
Thank
it
you.
up and doing what she needed to do to move this forward without, we really have never done one of these before, so it was a good learning opportunity. But in discussions, internal discussions, there's some portions of here that I think can be pared down. Is that an accurate statement, Decora?
Yes, I think there's a section. Well, I think that the work will be reallocated. They spoke to doing the FSLA classifications, and I don't know that we need them to do the FSLA classifications. We can do that. So that can be reallocated elsewhere. in the
Okay,
study.
so S3 compensation study, FLSA.
Looks like it's gonna take them all this year to do this.
It looks, yes, the timeline they gave us was a year, well, till the end of the year, December. And it will be in hand with the HR department because we have all the data that they will need to be able to do it.
Any questions from the commissioners? I know you guys are reading
I
materials.
did reach
but-
out to Yakima County and they were really happy with the work that was done. Kevin, you probably weren't here. We did promise this to the group and they'll just look at all the salaries to make sure we are like within like our accounting families, our clerk family, you know, all the families are
They'll help us with the
equal amongst the county. You know, we're not paying somebody a lower salary
Right.
if it's somebody that's comparable in another department. So it's just kind of to even out the county. And then with our comparable counties, if we do the counties and the cities, whatever we use as our comparables to just kind of match those so we're in the market. And it kind of takes the guesswork out for us if.
Right. You talked to Yakima County.
Yep.
Did they?
Actually, I talked to them and then was able to get, I believe it was, it's been a while, maybe Nancy, who sent me the RFP that they used for it. And then I forwarded it to Kirk and to Cora and Michelle, because Michelle's kind of had been working on this too.
I would say if you talk to Yakima County and they're happy with the work, I would say.
And we will also reach out to, in their plan, they have references, which is Kitsap County, King County, and Yakima County. So we will be reaching out to them as well to ensure.
Yakima did some different things than what we were asking for. It may have been more, again, I can't really recall what the difference was. It's been a while.
Yep, it has. I think Yakima did not narrow down the scope quite as much as we did. I think their salary survey or salary review included medical professionals as well. They didn't scope it down to just counties and cities. So it was much broader, which increased their rates.
Yes.
So you want me to say yes? Is that what you're waiting for?
I'm not really sure what I'm waiting for. My assumption is this is the RFP process to Cora has to go to consent as well.
I believe so, yes.
Under 230, and it is budgeted.
But first look at it, the board wants to move forward.
Yep.
Rob, any thoughts?
So let her know.
Well, I mean, it's gotta go to consent, so it doesn't really matter right now, but.
Sure.
I don't know, I just think I don't know. Give us a baseline, I guess, after 2:30 though, and then being short on the budget, so what are you gonna do once you get it, I guess is my concern, so. I don't know.
Yes, that.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna
Well, but
deduct
I think
everybody's pay?
people feel that it's gonna be this huge increase, and we did have some
Not gonna
huge
be
increases.
anything.
We did move a lot of employees back to step 1, 2, or 3 if they were maxed out. They kind of restarted it. I don't remember it being a huge cost. I mean, and I think some were, it would just fix some things that and I think it's fair to the employees, if we are underpaying an employee, we need to fix it. If we're overpaying, we need to look at that and just kind of, we didn't deduct any money, but just kind of hold it.
Sure. The other piece of it, back to Rob's comment, is the finance piece. You know, is the county in a financial state where we can go through this process and it be meaningful? And so that's just the other component that we would need to evaluate, but
Well, yeah, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Did we put 1.5 or 2.5 million in for this training and this?
I think it was 1.5, but then that budget was also, or that account was also for all of the increases for position management. So I really truly don't know how much is left in that
I
budget.
thought it was a separate, I thought they were two separate.
Oh, okay, well,
But
My understanding is that it was all got put together in one. So maybe we need from the CFO that total of what's in there since the first of the year, because there have been positions that have probably been or should have been moved out, or the wages for those positions to be moved out of that fund into department funding.
Because didn't we do in 2023 for 2024, we did its own budget, so it should not have been lost. So it should have been, I thought it was 2.5.
There was 1.5 in there, and then I believe this year there was another, for whatever reason, I'm thinking there was another million put in there for
Yes, for the
for
salary.
positions. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's put in there somewhere else. So we should not have been using the 1.5. The only thing that should be coming out of that are trainings.
and that piece we'll just have to confirm. I don't know off the top of my head. Okay. Any other comments about that RFP? Okay. Last on the agenda is recruitment. The county engineer position has been posted externally and internally. Do we have an end date on that, Jonathan, or is it?
One wasn't given because we have the difficulties of filling that position.
Okay, so open until filled. And then the public works director is closed.
Yes,
One applicant.
yes.
Has the board had a chance to review those applicants' materials?
Mandy?
What was that?
Mandy?
Well, Jonathan sent the packet. I think it was last
came
week.
like last week.
Yeah.
Last week.
Oh, yeah, then I did see it.
My ears aren't working
I
very
just,
well today.
no, I just
I'm
want to make
sorry.
sure, no, I don't want to blur that, but I
Yes.
just want to make sure we are all thinking the
Yes.
same applicant, okay.
Yes, that applicant's been forwarded on to the board.
Yes.
Is the board wanting to interview, schedule an interview for that position?
I don't know that it's necessary, but.
What would HR recommend?
I think it depends. You had one applicant. Is that applicant strong enough where we don't need to interview, similar to what was done with development services? Had been in the role, was confident in the skills, and then you guys just moved forward? Or does the board want to get to know the applicant, their philosophies, confirm skills during the interview process? I think it just kind of depends on what your guys' opinion of the applicant in the current role and then the skills that are available.
For me, I'm okay just appointing him or hiring him.
Okay,
We've been working
no
with him
interview.
for quite some time, and I think we've lived out his interview. I think he's doing quite well.
Okay. Rob, any thoughts?
Just, it's gonna take a little bit longer to know how it's going. I like the way he operates more than some I've seen. I like that he disperses the work amongst more people rather than trying to hold all the cards.
If we're going to talk about an applicant, should we be in executive session?
No, I'm good with these being.
Okay, okay. Interview, no interview, what are your thoughts?
I'm good without an interview. I feel like we interview him every week, so.
Okay, so Jonathan will work on an offer letter to the applicant. Step one. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think it's a promotion, which is 2.5%. Correct, Decor?
Correct.
So we'll have to do the math on that. But
Yep.
Is the board good with that standard and moving forward with that offer letter?
It's a promotion on where he's at now.
I say that word, in my mind, it's a promotion, but you're right, technically.
He's in the position.
He is, yeah, and he's interim, so he is already making what he would probably have been offered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless the board wanted to move him a step, which you have
Gonna
the authority to
decline
do.
Raise though. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm raised out for today.
Yeah, I apologize. I misspoke. So thank you for clarifying. All right, that is all that HR had on the agenda for today. Is there anything that the board would like to discuss?
Yes.
Thanks for bringing
We
all
have
that
3
wonderful
minutes.
news.
The mailroom, we had a meeting today with our mailroom employee, and then Tom and TS, and TS definitely can utilize him for the balance of the hours. So I don't know if the salary needs to be split for the mailroom, like 70-30 or. Decorah, I believe Tom is going to reach out and talk to you about it.
Okay, I will talk to him when I'm back in the office or give him a call this afternoon.
Anything's beyond there, and I don't know what the.
He just needs an additional 8 hours a week, doesn't he?
But I think it's 8 or, yeah, I think he's 32, I believe.
Yeah, so he just needs an additional 8 hours from TS every week, or every day, or no, every
And they
week.
have.
Every week.
A week.
Every day. They could use it probably every day for
They
8
probably
hours,
could.
Governor. They could. So whatever that looks like, TS is on board. They have it on their budget, so.
We'll have to figure out some logistics there on how it's going to be coded and whether it's remains a single position, a full-time regular position, and then TS pays the commissioner's budget back, or whether it's 2 part-time positions, one at 8 hours, one at 32.
Because we do have employees that get like the BOCC, Board of E, that kind of, it's paid by different entities.
Right.
But I don't know how it looks in accounting, how that works.
Okay.
Okay, that was it that I had.
Anything else? All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
I did have just a comment, public defense, the remote FTEs, if they're allowed to have remote FTEs, the prosecutor's office can.
Say that one more time.
Public defenders, if they can have remote full-time employees, attorneys that are working remotely, if we need to balance that out. I think Brett brought that up.
Okay. Have a look into it.
Are you guys completed?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do you guys want to recess or are you good to keep rolling?
Keep rolling.
All right, it is 2 p.m. and we're here for our weekly commissioners meeting. I will now call the meeting to order. We're going to give a couple of seconds here for people in the hallway to shuffle in.
And we got your email.
Thank you, Gina and Jonathan.
Sir,
how are you?
Congratulations.
Oh,
How you
thanks,
doing,
sir.
sir? Good to see you.
You too.
You can stay in there if you want. Oh, I'm okay. I do have another thing to get to, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the invitation.
Okay, I will begin with an open forum for public input. 3 minutes per person, 15-minute time limit. Sheriff, do you have any public comment?
Happy to be here.
All right, we have 2 call-in users, Barb.
Okay, call-in users Jim and Cami. I'm gonna allow you to unmute yourself. Jim, Cami, do you have a public comment today? As a no.
All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion has been approved. Do we have any correspondence, emails, letters of support that need our attention?
I forwarded you guys, I know Cindy, you got it directly. I forwarded it to the other 2. They're asking about America's 250th anniversary. If the county had decided to participate in that, you could sign up to be an official partner. They're recommending that counties that are partners establish a commemorative planning committee, which I know that one of the members of tourism is at least talking to the people about this. I think it's Pam is talking with people about the America's 250th anniversary. But then they're also asking counties to use America 250 in the theme for the 2026 county fair, and to provide free booth space at the fair for local history, museums / historical societies if they don't already do so.
So they're commemorating the 250 years. They're doing a midnight ride. They want to kind of do a midnight ride. And they will, they want 2 lights for each, 2 by land, 2 by sea, they hang 2 lights in your buildings and homes on the evening of April 18th, 2025 to share the importance. Trump is supposed to be rolling this out. He is apparently excited about this. So we will have more to come, but it was just kind of like a 1 year. This is definitely something like tourism would be probably the runner of it, or even LTAC.
They were asking about counties being official partners. And so I don't know if you're wanting tourism to head that up, I can forward this to them.
Yeah, because it definitely is helping, getting out for because they want this really on a local level. So like your local parades, your local events, but yeah, county. And I'm fine moving forward with it.
Yeah, I'm good to move forward if someone is running it.
Reach out to Pam and see. Are you wanting me to forward this to Jim at the fairgrounds also? Because they're asking about that
Yeah,
free.
I think I did send it to Jim earlier, but yes, please send it to Jim. I met with her several months ago. So many things going on in the government. This has not been a focal point. Council parties.
Any other items?
Again, we have, it sounds like 8 Kamaki students, 2 teachers that are coming end of April, 1st of May.
Okay, we'll move on to roundtable. Does the staff have any roundtable items? Just a reminder that we do have the 2 walk-on items in case the commissioners or Caitlin probably be the only other one to have interest, but WASAC has a podcast called The County Connection.
I've been watching.
It's a decent podcast to listen to for just like driving home or whatever, like Cindy or me or Kevin, or if you're just taking a drive. It just goes over different things from homeless to building to taxes to Senate bills, House bills going on. It's just something they started a month or 2 ago, and it gives you some good information just in the background of stuff that you don't really necessarily always hear. A lot of homeless stuff on there and different bills that are coming or going or prepare for this or that. So they have like 20 subscribed listeners, and I listened to quite a few episodes, and it was pretty.
Oh, I just see we've got
pretty
February
good.
11th email.
Yeah, I didn't know if I figured they'd announced it on LSC quite a few times.
Yeah, I was just on there the other day and was looking at it, started listening to them.
Yeah, they hit public health, they just hit a lot of topics and kind of give some overviews and I don't know, it's just good to hear statewide. Any other roundtable items?
Yes, Dell said he wanted to move forward on that connections. He calls it something else, but it's connections would be coming up and doing, I forwarded that to you and Kevin. Okay, on the agenda is something. Anyway, and it sounds like the sheriff's office would be, like to meet in that group too. So do we want to, if we divide it up, it's probably roughly the same amount, 18.
Where is it paid out of?
We can use our affordable housing. You can use that fund, that's what some have, or it can come out of miscellaneous general government.
I mean, as long as Grant County's involved, whether it's Chuck, Cindy, Dell, as long as people are involved and working on it, I'm fine with it. But if we don't have anybody there or engaged, then I don't necessarily see the point. But I'm not in that group, so.
Right. And I'm really sorry, because yes, not being referring into it as Sims, so put it the last like the connections. They've done it before. So do you want something submitted for the roundtable for this, or a verbal? I have a meeting tomorrow. Just give them our verbal.
Give them a verbal and then put the consent for next week.
Bill, I think last time it took them forever to get the bill. I think we got it in December.
You weren't here, don't worry. She's not asking you.
December was.
A couple years ago.
Oh, no, a couple years ago.
That was really like we've got this bill once before. I'm like, oh, they're really silly.
You just put the bill on consent whenever it gets here.
Okay.
Any other items for roundtable? Sheriffs, do you have any items for roundtable? What do we owe this pleasure twice in one day?
It's proud to be here.
Thank you for being here. Okay, I think there was a hold in there possibly.
Item 3, it was,
Deny.
the number 6 was
That
recommended
one.
to deny the application.
I thought there was one
It
other
was
one.
smoke. You had the ordinance that was held from the
1
agenda.
PM. If we're going to, item 3 is changing this meeting to 1 PM. So we would either need to do that or deny it. I would prefer to leave it how it is now at the 2 PM, but thank you for bringing that forward that way. My mistake, if I encouraged that at all. Yeah, it was my bad, miscommunication.
We're gonna leave it the same, aren't we?
Yeah, so it just need to be,
Deny it.
it just need denied.
Okay, looking for a motion now. Has everybody looked through it?
Yep.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 38, denying number 3, the ordinance for the Grant County meetings to be switched from 2 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Deny that one.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second, any discussion? My only discussion item would be, did you say 38 or 39?
I said 38, because that's what's here, or is it 39? You know, I'm reading consent agenda 1 through 38, so that was my error. Let me amend that, so items 1 through 39. Just looking at it right here.
I mean, just typo.
It's being lazy.
You're good.
I corrected it.
With the denial of 3.
Number 3.
Second.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes as stated by Commissioner Carter, approving items 1 through 39, denying number 3.
Thank you for catching the 39.
Outlet.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the walk-on submitted by Facilities and Maintenance. The, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's the energy cost and the docu-sign for Tom Gaines to sign for the award for the energy.
Energy audit. I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes for the walk-on items for central services on the energy audits, both grant funded. All right, so we just need to sign. We do have a 3 p.m. hearing, a 3:30 hearing, and a 3:45 hearing. Workshop.
We have a workshop after that.
I guess I do.
You do.
Oh, I'm like,
Oh,
The idea of the tourism master plan workshop,
Yep.
aren't you happy?
You said to schedule it and I did. I did not ask you when, I just did it.
sheesh.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Holder?
I'm here. What do you say? Remember Frank Control, you said, happy to be here.
Glad to
proud
be
to
here.
serve.
Proud to serve.
Yeah.
Lucky to serve. Privileged to serve.
Privileged.
You better start wearing that
Well,
out.
it's,
You're
I feel
about
like
done.
this just reflects whatever's going on outside. When it's cold out there, it's freezing in here.
Yeah.
And when it's kind of warm out there, it's hot in here.
yeah, oh, I'm usually freezing.
Whoa, she's the boss. Here, this is the first walk-on item.
11.
Today, yes.
I gotta find some fingernail clippers. I used to have them on my desk, but I think Jerry got rid of them.
I have a nail file. I don't know if that's helpful or
Why
not.
would Jerry get rid of them?
It was just a little collection for the next guy.
Next walk-on item.
You don't too dangerous, you don't like to have it.
Something like that.
Maybe tourism will buy some.
Hey, that's a good idea. I'd be used as well.
Correct.
Or do you need some,
It's your AP
That's
badge.
a good thing. Fingernail clippers.
Fingernail clippers.
if you're
LTAC
in
fingernail
the search
clippers.
for it, I'll pass.
I've got a sticky note full of
Ideas.
potential LTAC items. Sunglasses, that would be really cute. Some sunnies and some old baseball caps.
We can do some baseball caps, so
Yeah.
super cheap. So they can see cheap stuff.
They have ones where it's embroidered, like $4 a hat or something like that. But, I mean, I guess it depends on how many you get. I didn't look
Just
too
your
far in.
border, or his hats are like.
It's just from 4imprint. You are denying this one.
They are very cheap and they don't fit right, just FYI.
Good to know. Also, I couldn't help but notice that Tom Gaines brought me back a lightsaber from NACO.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it
he
seems like
did
that was a really big hit.
He
I'm
did
just saying that.
actually get those.
That's the Board of
I
Equalization.
need some Grant County tourism treasures.
Okay, well, I have 100 letter openers, 1 million letter openers, and we have pens, and you're denying that one, sir.
He did. Oh, you just don't sign
You
it.
sign it. I'll write your name out.
No, don't sign it.
Well, no, she still has to, she gotta put denied.
No wonder you didn't sign it.
She just told me.
So we do sign it, we don't sign it.
Don't sign it. You just gotta initial that you denied it. There you go, perfect. We did it.
I just got curious.
I have letter openers, I've got pens, I've got beanie caps. We're all out of the green guys though, so I was trying to find some other
It's totally fine.
something, because I hated those green guys.
Couple, it's fine for low back.
This is, you are denying this cannabis license application.
Yeah, what happens with those?
Those cups with the utility cups were not. Just got a few of those.
Yes, I've seen a few, like the, like metal, they look like coffee cup, they've got a lid on them. I really want some of those. I just
They were like
really,
the wine, these were, okay.
I've
that
seen the
was
wine
really
ones
what
too. The wine ones are very expensive, the
We
laser
don't let
engraved.
people drink wine.
No, but coffee cups, yes. It's a liquor license application. I just want to get rid of the mason jar mugs before I order any more cups, because they take up a lot of space.
How many do we have left?
A lot, because they're not super great. They, like when you wash them, the logo washes off of them. The coffee cups are good, but the mason jar mugs,
You need a person who wants those.
well, when you go to Korea, if you want to pay $1 million to get them over there, you can take them.
I will. I'll probably put it in my garden.
It's a liquor license application.
That's probably right, $1 million. I like things to be quite right. Let's move this or do this one.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't actually know if that's, it's a reimbursement request. Reimbursement request. Another reimbursement request. Another reimbursement request, sorry. Now the first of 10 letters of reappointment. Sorry, it's actually 9 letters of reappointment and 1 letter of appointment. Which one's that one? Ken Slinger?
Yep. Where's he from?
Here. He was a substitute teacher for a while
This is related
when I was
to,
in high school.
this is why we're Ken.
Wait, Ken wasn't the teacher. Was it his son? I don't know. I went to school with one of his family members. This one is LTAC.
You grew up here? I didn't know.
Yes, sir. Born and raised.
Then you're Iowa, Colfax?
Shelley Slinger. You know, actually, I don't know. They are related somewhere, somehow. I moved to Pullman for college.
Oh, okay.
And then came back here.
You're my friendly town over in Poland.
Nope, would definitely not say that.
You're told me food market there. That's right.
I would not say that either.
Gotcha there.
I bet more people there than anywhere else.
Yeah,
There, well, there's
Do you know
2.
Donald Trump states that the best hamburgers made are McDonald's and one of his Trump towers or restaurants.
Ooh, well.
McDonald's and
He
Trump.
doesn't have many
That's something.
hamburgers.
I was gonna say, he might need to get out a little bit more.
Because you know what? Fast food wise, A&W is hard to beat the hamburger.
It's been a long time since I've been doing this.
So good. It's like 1 star better than Wendy's.
This is pretty good.
And it's 1 star better.
Of your remaining time.
Yeah, I'm not much of a fast food connoisseur.
Well,
How do you like to cook under the restaurant? Like to keep it simple.
sometimes you can get that, you can ask for that other bun on that. The chicken sandwich bun, what is it called?
The reg one?
No.
The artisan one?
Yeah, the artisan.
The potato bread?
Yeah, the potato bun on that double whatever she said.
Yeah.
That is good.
I don't know if you remember this from, it's like 10 years ago. They had a bacon clubhouse and that was the best sandwich that McDonald's has ever made, and then they got rid of it. It's white cheddar, leaf lettuce, and bacon, mac sauce, potato bun. It's perfect. They got rid of it. Worst decision ever. That's appointment for tourism.
Do they even have grilled, do you use have grilled chicken sandwiches?
No.
They got rid of that and their salads.
Yeah.
They got rid of all their salads.
Yeah, they were having problems with E. coli in salads
They're like anything
from the
not
distributors.
frozen, we don't want.
Yeah, and then during COVID, the sales for grilled chicken just, yep, all the way to the floor. So then they got rid of it. This is reappointment for the Fair Advisory Committee. Which is great because it took 7 minutes for the grilled chicken to cook, and you can only cook 4 at a time. And so then, of course, there's like one family that'll come through and get 5 pieces of grilled chicken, and then it takes forever. This is a request to surplus.
Or you grill it, you cook it on the grill?
Yep. There's like a
And
little
grill it
ring. Yep, little ring. Well, so then for a little bit you could do more than that because then they changed something, the grill setting, I think it was.
Because you put on the timer goes off. Or-
Yeah, so it's a clam grill. So
Yep.
So the chicken, there's like this little ring, and you snap a Teflon into it. So you put butter, chicken, a little bit of water, close the clam, and it essentially like grills and steams this chicken at the same time. So that's how it cooks so quick.
You just have all the backside, inside information.
There's so much in my brain. I'm ready for it to be gone.
Then you're like, we're not doing chicken, grilled chicken
This is the
sandwich.
New Hope, Kids Hope policies.
So they don't make grilled chicken ahead of time.
They,
It's just to order.
for like busy times, yeah, but it dries out really fast. So you really don't want to make a whole lot ahead of time. Because otherwise you're just eating a piece of chicken jerky, and that's not great for anybody. So,
Nobody wants that.
right,
Review.
that's true.
So are you a frozen patty guy or are you hand tap those guys?
Out of state travel request.
And
I mean, you're making dinner at home.
that's the attorneys. That's the attorneys.
It's defendable either way. I can defend it this way.
It's a resolution for
I
notice of
prefer a
hearing.
handed made patty.
I usually don't like that. I call it.
I like to get crazy with it too. Onion soup mix.
Yes, onion soup mix.
If I want it if I want to do cheesy, then I'll do, I don't know, sometimes maybe some beer in there, some wine. If I want it,
Meatballs.
if I want it sweet, then I put some graham crackers in there.
In your hamburger?
Yeah.
What else would you put on it if you had graham crackers in there?
Well, then I'm
Oh,
doing a Hawaiian
marshmallow.
burger, so then,
Okay.
or I'm doing a barbecue sauce burger.
Okay.
But if I'm going
That
like
makes sense.
cheesy, savory, then I'm,
You mix them with your hamburger,
the graham crackers?
just a
Yeah,
cheese and.
yeah, sometimes. Not always the cheese.
You mix it with the cheese on the inside.
Yeah, not always. Sometimes.
You signing this one?
I think they're signing that. Am I signing that one, Barb? It says Public Works.
And since
I think
the
we
commissioners
should
sign
sign that.
contracts, that's.
Okay,
It's you that signs that.
my bad.
Well, past Caitlin thought that it was you that signed it because she put a flag on it. So.
I would hate to have them call me.
Just put our phone number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Name of spouse is married.
Is Grant County married?
That's really committing to the signature.
Oh, that's what it says.
Well,
I think they put NA on there for you. request for a hearing.
This is a lot of signing, just so you know.
Okay, do you want me to start turning people away after 25?
Yeah, maybe.
28, after 28, is that 29?
Here you go.
39.
39? Yes.
39 was the cutoff.
Well, 38, then we were 19. And then
30
we
is
had
the
41.
cutoff. Man, it's so scary signing.
We've got 340 floors, 4 blessings, 1 for escape. Do you think they're getting rid of our little for escape?
Of course not.
I hope
Get
so.
rid of the dump truck, too.
Can we just take the dump
Probably
truck
runs
to
better
places?
Are we gonna throw these chairs in the garbage?
I don't think I'm physically strong enough to do that.
Absolutely awful.
Do you want me to order a new chair for down here with our $20?
We probably have to surplus them.
How much the price that we paid for our room kit? Like, you
What
did
the
that?
hell? That's neat.
You should forward him the bill and maybe we'll do a little transfer.
Okay.
Kirk's not there anymore, so I'll just steal this one.
Yeah, that got paid like 3 weeks ago.
The room kit bill?
Yeah. They sent it to me and I was like, all right. I think I showed it to Barb and I think Barb said, all right, well, we both just paid it.
What you got?
Maybe.
Is it intermittent?
Online. Yeah,
Was that it?
that's it. Good job.
Oh, man.
Start doing stretches.
Got 2 more to do.
Yeah.
Walk-ons.
Yeah. 41 signatures. Almost got a cramp. All right, we're going to go into recess at 2:29 from our weekly commission meeting, returning at 3 p.m. for a public hearing
What we expecting?
on Royal Soil LLC. Good afternoon. It is March 11th, Tuesday, 2025, and we're here for an open record public hearing for Royal Soil LLC franchise application to construct, operate, and maintain 6-foot pipeline under, along, across certain county roads in Grant County, Washington, lying within the described portion of the county. To give an overview, we have County Engineer Dave Brennan with us.
Thank you, Commissioners. And then I have our franchise technician here as well to go ahead and do a short presentation.
Okay. So this is a 6-inch line.
Dave, can you state your name for us?
Yeah,
for the record?
Dave Dirting, Grant County Public Works. This is a 6-inch line, C900 or better quality. It'll be going along Road 11 southwest for a little over a mile. And I have Jeff Galassi here, who's in charge of the project. We've had the county attorney review this, as well as the county engineer and myself, and we recommend that this be authorized. But I'd like Jeff Galassi to explain to you exactly what they're going to run through this.
Dave?
Jeff Galassi, Royal Soil representative. It's a simple piece of a larger puzzle. We're working with the Bureau of Reclamation and getting a maintenance industrial contract for putting irrigation water on the top of the Frenchman Hills. This piece is the first leg in several legs that will bring tea water from the dairy through owned and private land and then along the right of way. that will eventually join up with a freshwater pipeline that goes up to the top of the Frenchman Hills. That tea water will be combined with fresh water that's wastewater in the Bureau Canal now to irrigate farmland. This water is not dairy green water. This is water that is filtered through a series of worm beds. It's very much the color of coffee. It's clear brown water with the solids removed. And that'll go to a reservoir at the top to be blended with clean irrigation water as a soil amendment. This piece is the first in those legs of several legs. I can answer any questions if you have that. It's not a very complex part that we're talking about here today.
Any questions?
So I assume you'll be running more of these lines out there somewhere then?
Yeah, another line that would be a freshwater line from P and 11 up north and across to join up where this one terminates at O and 11, and then together they'd go up to the top from there. So the next phase would be to come up from P, and I would be standing before you again on that one.
Commissioner Carter, any questions?
Yeah, I'm just Googling tea water, so I've never heard of tea water, so it is.
Is that just a description of the color or?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Biofiltro is a brand name that you can look up on. That's a company that actually sets up the worm beds with the wood chips and keeps it as a living organism for the water filtration. It's what the green water from the dairy goes into. The worms eat the bacteria in the water, and you end up with a water that's discolored, but the bacteria is gone. It's mostly P and K, a little bit of nitrogen left over.
A little bit of fertilizer in there,
Yeah.
which will get watered down again.
I have no
What's that?
questions.
Which will get watered down again once you.
Correct. It'll get blended in a minimum of 4 to 1, but most likely 5 to 1 as it gets irrigated.
Thank you. It's good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Anything to add, Dave or Dave?
Staff recommends this.
Okay. Any further questions, commissioners? All right, Barb, let's open up the public comment portion of the hearing.
Okay, we have one member online. Cami, I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself. Cami, do you have any public comment today? That is a no.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to close the public comment portion of this hearing.
So moved.
Second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Public comment portion of this hearing has been closed.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the franchise for Royal Soil LLC.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes to grant the franchise application for Royal Soil LLC as presented today. Thank you. This concludes this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I like that kind of.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
We will go into recess
You bet.
until
Thank you.
3:15.
Yes,
When
absolutely.
we are back for our next public hearing.
Good job. I'm glad you explained that.
3:30.
Oh, yeah, 3:30.
Right? This is
Yeah, it's
3:30.
3:30. Dang, Barb. We'll go to 3:30 when we are back for a budget extension request for Washington State Department of
Thank you,
Agriculture.
Commissioner.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, March 11th, 3:30 p.m. We're here for an open record public hearing for a budget extension request for Washington State Department of Agriculture grant. This grant is for a pass-through of WSDA pass-throughs for the Farm to Food program for the Moses Lake Food Bank. It is the only recipient of this grant. The term is from December 2024 to June 2025 in the amount of $75,054. The purpose of the grant listed here, so. See if there's anything else important that needs to be read since Carrie is out today. Provided by the 2023 to 25 biennial state operating budget pursuant to federal grants to Washington State under ARPA, Section 9901. I do not see anything else on this. Commissioners, do you have any questions on this grant?
I don't have any, no.
Okay, Barb, I see we have one caller. Can we open up the public comment portion of this hearing?
Yes, one caller, Cami, I am unmuting you or allowing you to unmute yourself. Cami, do you have any public comment for this public hearing?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close the public comment portion of this hearing.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes to close the public comment portion of this hearing. I will now entertain a motion to approve the budget extension request for WSDA grant to be passed to the Moses Lake Food Bank for $75,054.29 for the Food to Farm program.
So moved.
I will second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes to grant budget extension request for WSDA Agriculture Grant. Thank you. This concludes our public hearing. We'll go into recess until 3:45 when we are back with another open record public hearing for a road name change for baseline 0.5 Southeast. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, March 11th, 3:46 p.m. and we are here for an open record public hearing to consider a petition from Desert Hills Homeowners Association for a road name change. The request is for a road baseline 0.5 Southeast to be renamed as Desert Hills Loop Southeast. To give us an overview of this, we have Development Services. All right, go ahead and take over.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. An application was submitted from the Desert Hills Homeowners Association on January 31st requesting a road name change for baseline 0.5 Road Southeast to be renamed to Desert Hills Loop Southeast. For loop or winding roads, which this road falls under, is non-conforming and is subject to a road name change based on approval by the Board of County Commissioners, Chapter 10.36.310. After reviewing the application materials and proposed road name, I determined that the proposed name is compliant with Grant County Code Chapter 10 road naming standards.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you. It's kind of nervous.
No reason to be nervous. We're all friends here.
Well, thank you very much for the welcome.
We will mess up before you will.
So in the packet, it shows that all homeowners were in favor of this name change.
Correct.
Their names and parcels are listed. States deliveries going to Pelican Point, Pelican Meadows, 12 miles away. Commissioners, any questions?
No.
Barb, can we go ahead and open the public comment portion of this hearing?
Well, anybody in the room want to comment first?
Yes, that, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'll make a comment if it helps.
Can you come to the podium for me and
I
state
sure
your name,
can.
please?
You know, I've been out to
State your
Desert
name
Hills.
for me, sorry.
Jason Wilson.
Thank you.
When I moved out to Desert Hills Loop, the frustration I had was a lot of my mail was going east of town. Or when people would put my address in Google, they would end up east of town and they couldn't find my place. So if you take a look at baseline 0.5, what our drive is currently named, it's actually wrong because it's not half a mile south of baseline, it's a mile and a half. So the current street name is inaccurate. So if we do switch it to Desert Hills Loop and it's on Google, I think it's best for all of us, especially for mail, when people are trying to find their places. So that's what I wanted to say, was how much more convenient it will be. Mail won't get lost. People can find us a lot easier, better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in the room? Hearing none, I believe we have one call-in user.
Okay, we have Cami online with us. Cami, would you like to have public comment at this hearing? No.
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public comment portion of this hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Close the public comment portion of this hearing.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve this resolution renaming baseline 0.5 Road Southeast to Desert Hills Loop Southeast.
Second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay.
I have one question. Let's take effect, because I have a sale going out there and it shouldn't matter. How long will it take for this to go into effect?
As soon as the resolution is signed, we can make the change.
So that'll go on to the title companies as well?
It will.
Because it'll change one of my transactions out there in this development. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Motion passes to grant the name change from baseline 0.5 Southeast to Desert Hills. The loop Southeast. All right, thank you. This concludes our public hearing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. You did an excellent job.
Thank you.
We look
Good job,
forward to
William.
seeing you again.
Thank
We
you.
will now go into
Very much appreciate
recess.
it.
Absolutely. Glad to take care of it.
Thank
Sorry.
you very much. Yep.
Sorry for
It
the.
is
You did good.
3:51
Thank you.
p.m.
I didn't even need to speak.